Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It's Monday, September 16th. I would like to invite the clerk to call the opening roll.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large.
Here.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2.
Here.
Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3.
Here.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4.
Present.
Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Here, let's go.
Mr. President, we have 11 members present for quorum.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was set out ahead of time. There's been a reprint for the agenda and on everybody's screen to include the unfinished business that was held in the breast of council. But if there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda. 12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we will have our invocation. We are very honored today to have Dr. Wendell Dandridge, who is the lead pastor from the Worship Center, here with us to provide our invocation. I'll invite him up to use this microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Doug Shipman. Here is your invocation. Let us pray. Gracious and loving Creator, source of all wisdom and compassion, we gather before you today with hearts full of gratitude and hope. We pause to acknowledge your presence among us, guiding us in our shared responsibility to serve this community. We thank you for the many blessings we have received, blessings of peace, prosperity, and unity. We're grateful for the opportunity to come together in this place to work for the common good and to seek ways to improve the lives of all those who call this city their home. We give thanks for the dedicated members of this council for their commitment to the well-being of our city and for the sacrifices they make to serve to others. We recognize the countless hours they spend, the difficult decisions they must make, and the heavy burdens they carry. We ask that you grant them today wisdom and discernment as they navigate the complex issues before them. May they be guided by the spirit of humility, recognizing that their authority is a trust given by the people they serve. Today we celebrate the many successes we have achieved as a community. We rejoice in the progress that we have made, our thriving businesses, our vibrant neighborhoods, and the partnerships that have strengthened our bonds. We thank you for the peace that prevails in our streets, the opportunities that abound for our children, some even in this room, and for the diversity that enriches our lives. We acknowledge that these successes are not the work of a few, but the result of the collective effort of those who care deeply for the city of Atlanta. Yet, even as we celebrate, we are mindful of the challenges that still lie before us. We remember those in our community who continue to struggle, those who are without shelter, those who are hungry, those who feel isolated and alone. We lift up the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors, asking that you open our eyes to see them, open our ears to hear their cries, and open our hearts to respond with compassion and generosity. May this council be the voice of the voiceless, a defender of the defenseless, and a champion of justice for all. We ask that your blessing on the work that will be done here today. May this meeting be a mark of respectful dialogue, thoughtful deliberation, and a shared commitment to the common good. Help us to listen to one another with hearts and minds that are open, and to seek understanding even in disagreement, and to find common ground in our shared love for this community. As we move forward from this meeting, may we carry with us the spirit of service and a deep commitment to the common good. May we ever be mindful of the impact of our decisions today, remembering that the true measure of our success lies not in the accolades we receive, but in the lives we touch and the hope we inspire. We ask all these things in the spirit of unity and love, trusting that you will guide us in our work and bless our efforts to build a better future for all. Amen.
Amen.
As we remain in the spirit of reflection, I would ask if there are any remembrances that my colleagues would like to bring forward. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer condolences to the family of the late Councilmember Ivory Lee Young Jr. of District 3. On yesterday, Ivory Lee Young Jr.'s younger brother, twin brother to Vanessa Manley, passed suddenly in the city of Atlanta. Vincent Nathaniel Young was an alumni of Auburn University, received his master's and bachelor's degree in finance from that institution. Please keep the Young Manley family in your prayers. Mr. Vincent Nathaniel Young.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Ramos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Just want to recognize the culture itself has taken a hard hit since the last time we spoke. Even our younger generation with losing the performer better known as Rich Homie Quan. We also lost James Earl Jones, Frankie Beverly, and then just recently, last night, Tito Jackson. So the culture itself has taken a hit. So just want to let those families know that we as City of Atlanta definitely our condolences and prayers.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I want to echo my remarks of both Councilmember Boone and Councilmember Amos. Rich Homie Quan, better known as DeQuantis Lamar Devontae. Every prayer in the world to his family, every prayer in the world to the community that's grieving over his body. We will be mourning with that family. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Bond.
Just want to echo the comments that have already been made, particularly about Vincent Manley, Vanessa's twin brother, who, like Ivory, became a good, close friend of mine. And his death was very untimely, but his impact on Atlanta was substantial, and he was really a great example of how to live. He had suffered a debilitating stroke, but did not let that keep him from traveling over the 6 continents, doing the things that he loved, participating, going, anything that he wanted to do. He didn't let his infirmity restrict him. So he was really a great example of how to live. And of course, we mentioned James Earl Jones, who was not just a tremendous actor, but a humanitarian, had great impact, working in political circles here in Atlanta. And of course, the great Frankie Beverly, who I actually got to know after awarding him a proclamation back in the 90s at Chastain Park. He was a dynamic individual that, as a producer, writer, performer, what you saw on stage is what is who he was and who the group was. And as far as the young rapper, Mr. Quan, I mean, he had a tremendous impact on the city of Atlanta. Will be honored tomorrow at his funeral. And so, it is absolutely true that our community has had a substantial blow in the way of how many of these celebrated persons have left us. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Mrs. Kelly, who is the mother of a good friend of mine who was funeralized at Hosley Temple this past Saturday. She was a community activist, former PTA president at Douglas High School, tremendously active at Antioch North Baptist Church. She was a mother to many, not just in the circle of his friends, but in the greater Atlanta community. And she was funeralized Saturday, and she'll definitely be missed.
Thank you. Any others? Before these and those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now move to our proclamations for today. First up, I would like to ask Councilmember Boone to come forward and all of those who are here to honor Pastor Walter C. Mobley, Jr. to please come and join us up on the dais.
Will all those that are here to honor Reverend Walter C. Mobley please come up?
My daughters played tennis together.
Hey, First Lady. Long overdue. Make sure that all times that you all are in the video up front, please. Hey, Mr. Michael German, come on.
There's a couple of folks that really want to get the video.
Okay. Okay. Phoebe Dawson of Dawson Funeral Home? Oh, wow. Come up front.
There's a couple of people I'm trying to see where they're going to speak.
Hey, yes, 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 yes.
Where's Bill? Yeah, 2 minutes. Unless Andrea Boone says something different. Sean, come right here. Oh, I'm sorry. How you doing, man?
That's right. Don't worry.
I don't know if you want to get here.
Good afternoon. I am Andrea Boone, a member of the Atlanta City Council. Today we are here to honor a wonderful, wonderful spirit, Pastor Walter C. Mobley, who for 33 years labored here at the city of Atlanta and was here for everyone that needed prayer, needed counsel, or those that simply needed a friend. We also are joined by Pastor Sean Smith, Dr. Walter Kimbrough, Phoebe Dawson, Dawson's Funeral Home, located on M.L. King Jr. Drive, Mr. Michael German, Sister Walda Mobley, from all the way from Detroit, Michigan. Where's the sister? Right here. Thank you. Thank you for flying in. Thank you for flying in. And now we will have a short video.
Walter Mobley is a native of Detroit, Michigan, the second of 4 children born to Walter and Lois Mobley. In addition to his family, there were many ministers who influenced him. Reverend Mobley was licensed and ordained in 1982. Reverend Mobley relocated to Atlanta, Georgia in 1988 and earned a Master's of Divinity from the ITC Morehouse School of Religion. Reverend Mobley was employed at the City of Atlanta from 1990 to 2022 and retired with 32 years of service. Reverend Mobley is married to Rosemary Mobley, and they have 2 adult children, Noel and Christian.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Andre Dickens here. Honored to join you in recognizing a truly remarkable individual who has devoted over 32 years of service to the City of Atlanta. Pastor Walter Mobley Jr., a renowned spiritual leader, dedicated public servant, and valued partner, has made an incredible impact on our organization and communities through his unwavering commitment to service and steadfast support. He has served under 6 mayoral administrations, holding various roles within the City of Atlanta, serving as the Senior Human Resources Development Manager, Labor and Employee Relations Manager, Interim Human Resources Director, and more. His dedication to uplifting our city's youth, advocating for social change, and championing humanitarian efforts has driven positive change citywide. Pastor Mobley, your commitment to your family, your faith, and the people of this city is evident in all that you do. Thank you for your service, and may God continue to bless you and your family.
Reverend Mobley, I want to congratulate him and his wife, Sister Mobley. I pray that God will continue to richly bless them and keep them in his divine care.
I'm so very proud of all his years, decades of public service. I really appreciate the hard work he's done for everybody and how much he's helped everyone, family, friends, and congregation.
I'm Pastor Kenneth L. Alexander, and I've known Pastor Walter Mobley for more than 35 years now. I want to say congratulations for your 31 years of service to the City of Atlanta and to the surrounding community.
I want to thank the Commissioner for selecting him for this significant honor as a person of sacred worth. God bless you and to you, and then may God bless our servant leader, the Reverend Walter Mobley.
Congratulations to the Reverend Mr. Walter Mobley on his well-deserved retirement. I have the pleasure of living next door to Walt and his lovely wife, Rosemary. They are truly excellent neighbors, so thoughtful and kind, and I'm so grateful not only to know them as my neighbors, but my friends.
Congratulations, Walter, on this honor bestowed to you by the City of Atlanta. It is well deserved. In the capacity of which you served the City of Atlanta for 30 years, I can think of no other that deserves it more than you. You have been in a leadership role in the City of Atlanta for as long as I was there, for 26 years. There have been so many programs that you've contributed that has still remained at the City of Atlanta that we started in organizational development. Something specific that comes to mind is when you and I were asked by Fulton County to come over when they began their recidivism program, there was a room full of A-listers, mayors, sheriffs, deputies, judges, countless room full. And they were kind of like at a standstill trying to figure out how to communicate and get their points across. You did an activity that brought the entire room together, all the A-listers, all the leadership, and it was extremely successful. That has stayed with me for all these years.
Thank you, Victory Baptist Church and Mount Vernon Baptist Church and all of the churches that are represented here today. Our first speaker, Ms. Michelle Ware.
Good afternoon to all. It is so good to be back in this building. It brings back so many memories for me. Earliest memories being having lunch in the City Hall cafeteria that was in the lower level of this building. I am not that old. So many memories, and many of those memories include Walter. We worked with human resources in training and more often in labor relations. In labor relations, we conducted interviews and investigations as we prepared cases to present to the city's Civil Service Board. This took us to doctor's offices, construction sites, and a drug house one time. At budget preparation time, we spent long hours making sure to allocate positions, position numbers, and employees accurately. Walter would remind us to be good stewards of this process, as we were responsible for using taxpayers' money and also responsible for making sure that positions and, more importantly, the employees attached to those positions were allocated accurately. Walter would also make sure to get pizza for us, along with sodas, as we worked long into the night. Snowmageddon. We were in a meeting with one other colleague when our director came into the room and said, "You must leave the building immediately." She said, "There is snow." And we looked at each other and we laughed. You see, Walter is from Detroit, I'm from Boston, and our colleague was from Pittsburgh. We knew snow. She told us to get up and go look out the window, and we did. And when we saw that traffic, we left the building immediately. We have our biological families. We have our church families, our spiritual families, and then we have our work families. It is our work families with whom we spend the better part of our waking days. Our work family here at the city was close-knit, sharing stories about our children in particular. The children may not have known us, but we knew them. We encouraged one another, we supported one another, we commiserated with one another as we became part of the village raising our children. Walter introduced us to the concept of date night with his daughter because he wanted her to know what her expectations should be for any young man wanting to date her. It was wise counsel for us, and many of us followed his example. It has been an honor, a pleasure, a joy to have worked with you, Walter. Where are you? Okay. And it continues to be an honor, a pleasure, and a joy to still be able to think of you as a colleague, a friend, and most importantly, as my brother. Congratulations to you on your many years of service, not only to the city, but to all of us, to all those who had the fortune to come into your presence. Thank you.
Ms. Tinsley?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Pecolia Tinsley, and I am honored to be here this afternoon to celebrate my former co-worker and good friend, Walter Mobley. Walter and I worked together for many years in watershed management. We faced some challenges during that time, but Walter was always there with his outstanding communication skills, offering his support and guidance to work us through every situation. It was a pleasure to work with him. As HR manager, I faced many hard decisions, such as returning to city government after privatization. This was a time of many policy and procedural changes. We worked long hours and faced many obstacles. Through it all, Walter was there to ensure a smooth transition. His work ethics and his professionalism could not be matched. Working with someone as knowledgeable and as caring as Walter, it was not just a professional experience, but a joy and a privilege. I will always cherish the days I spent at Watershed Management under Walter's supervision. If asked, he would probably tell you I was his boss, but clearly he was my boss. I gained so much wisdom from our many long meetings regarding work and life. His insight and guidance have left a lasting impression on me. He recently organized a book signing for me, inviting many former employees. It was a joy to see everyone and a kind gesture on his part. That was just another example of his generosity. He is truly a remarkable pastor, brother, and friend. Thank you.
And before we go a step further, we need to recognize Ms. Claudie Nash, who is here representing the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department. Mr. Larry Tinsley is also here. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And now William Bill Taylor.
Thank you. I was always told brevity is always appreciated, so I'm going to say what everyone else has said, and I'm just going to add a little bit more. One thing about Walt, come up here. I love this guy. I came here, didn't know anything, came out of corporate, had no idea how city government worked. And then he had the tough task of reporting to me. So it was my way. I thought I knew everything. This gentleman taught me how to be the best boss I thought I could be. So first, I want to publicly acknowledge, thank you. Also, as old as I am, he helped me to be a better man. And that's another sign of a leader. Now, the last thing I'm going to add is about character. To be with the city for 32 years and have all these wonderful people supporting you talks about your character. You're one of the finest people I know on this planet. I'm 67 years old, and I love you. The test of character is adversity. Every time we had a test, Walt, you know, we had those nights, it wasn't, oh man, here we go again. It was, what do you need me to do? Here's my idea. I got you here. So I'm just going to wrap up by saying I was blessed to come to the city, but more blessed to have Walter as a friend and a colleague. Thank you.
Let's give our First Lady, Rosemary, a hand. Rosemary, thank you for all you have done in the city of Atlanta and beyond. And next, Pastor Sean Smith.
I guess I am constrained by the reality that I need to be really, really brief. But I've known Pastor Walter Mobley. We got to Atlanta around the same time. We joined the church in the same year. And he has been consistently the embodiment of what it means to be a servant. You can't lead if you can't follow. And Walter Mobley has demonstrated over and over again the incredible capacity to humble himself, to follow where necessary, that he then becomes the great leader that he is. And so God bless you. You know I love you. I've been looking up to you for a long time, and I pray that retirement time, you might want to contribute to my fund after these kind words.
I also would like to acknowledge the Stanley family, Archie Stanley, who my mother taught at Booker T. Washington High School. Thank you for being here as well. Thank you. Please come forward, Pastor Mobley. First, you have a special recognition award from the citizens of Atlanta. You have influenced and inspired citizens of Atlanta by going above and beyond the call of duty in responding to and providing exemplary service and leadership to the citizens of Atlanta and its employees. We commend you on this day, Monday, September 16th, 2024, in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. And now for the official business at hand. A proclamation. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Walter C. Mobley, an influential businessman and senior pastor of Victory Baptist Church in Atlanta. Whereas Reverend Walter Mobley was born in Detroit, Michigan, to his late parents, Walter Puncho and Lois G. Mobley. He accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior in May 1978 and joined Chapel Hill Missionary Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan, under the leadership of the late Pastor Reverend Dr. Roy Allen Sr. And whereas Reverend Mobley excelled in his education, he graduated from Cass Technical High School in Detroit, Michigan, and received a Bachelor's of Business Administration from Western Michigan University, located in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And whereas in June of 1982, Reverend Mobley was licensed to preach by Pastor Allen. Later that year, he led a campus ministry for African-American students at Western Illinois University in Illinois. In December of 1982, Pastor Allen ordained Reverend Mobley into the gospel ministry. And whereas from 1982 through 1988, Reverend Mobley pastored the Christian Faith Ministry, which grew from a congregation of 10 to over 200 within a 7-year period. In 1988, Reverend Mobley relocated to Atlanta, Georgia, to enroll in Morehouse School of Religion at the Interdenominational Center. In August 1988, he joined the Antioch Baptist Church North under the leadership of the late Reverend Dr. Cameron Madison Alexander. And whereas in 2004, Reverend Mobley joined Mount Vernon Baptist Church, serving under the leadership of Reverend Dr. R.K. Turner. Reverend Mobley served as the president of the ministerial ministry, Sunday school superintendent, director of community affairs, and many other ministerial responsibilities as needed to assist Pastor Turner. And whereas Reverend Mobley retired from the city of Atlanta in 2022 after serving in various capacities for 32 years. Now, therefore, be it reclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Pastor Walter C. Mobley Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. And now the man of the hour, Pastor Mobley.
I want to thank Councilmember Boone and the Atlanta City Council for this resolution and recognition. I want to thank my wife, Rosemary, my daughter, Noelle, my sister, Walda, and Lori, who could not be here, my nieces and nephews, my grandnephew who was singing for you all earlier, and all my family and friends and fellow pastors and preachers. I want to thank Pastor R.K. Turner and all the pastors and preachers and friends who are here, who've been guiding me and helping me. I also want to thank our former commissioners who I served under, the mayors, the supervisors, the managers, and former city colleagues. And definitely to the members of Victory Baptist Church of Atlanta and East Point, I thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your patience. We love you, and thank you for helping us to be better people. God bless you all. Thank you for being here, family, friends, and everyone who I used to work with. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations to one of Atlanta's unsung heroes. And now we will have an official photo. Come right here. Rosemary, come on
No, go on. You good now? Stay right there. Put it in.
happy to be here. You need to get back. Yeah, come right here. You want to sit right here?
So you can prop yourself up.
You know, you married me. He did a good thing. That was over a couple decades ago. You take precedence. I don't know. Thank you. Amen.
Which way we going? Both directions.
We going to
Baptize my children. Great, how are you? This way. How you doing? All right, how you doing today?
It makes me happy still.
Hey, how you doing? That's your color you wearing.
Huh?
That orange?
Yeah, that's my color.
Buy some more.
Tell me your family.
What's your name?
Tell me your family.
That's yours? Yes.
Look, I knew we wanted a home.
Thank you all. Now I'd like to ask Councilmember Amos. I'd like to ask Councilmember Amos to come forward. And I would, I have to use this one. And I'd like to invite all of those who are here in celebration of Booker T. Washington High School's 100th anniversary to please come and join us on the dais. Yep.
Oh, you will?
All right, we're gonna have to get back.
Yeah, I'm gonna need, right, well, I'm gonna need Miss Simpson right here.
Saying, like, I ain't trying to.
Yeah,
Okay, but I stand next to you.
yeah, because we're gonna,
Back in here.
yeah, because I got something to get her first. Yeah, she need to get around here.
See, behind.
Good to see you.
I'm trying to get people back there. Can y'all come right in the back? Can y'all come up some? Y'all come up. Y'all come up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Atlanta City Council member Byron Amos, proud graduate of the Booker T. Washington High School 1991 class. And this is a very special day for not only the city of Atlanta, but the world itself. For we're honoring 100 years of greatness. The mayor said it, that this city would be different if Washington High did not exist. But if you look at the lineage of those who have walked these halls, the world would not be the same if graduates of Washington High School. So I'm gonna be very quick, set some protocol. It's very rare you get to honor an institution, but you also get to honor a young lady that has been a part of this institution. So I'm gonna be very quick. Proclamation, Atlanta City Council recognizing the legacy of Mrs. Joanne Simpson. And if you know Miss Simpson, you know, I was supposed to bring this over to the school board where they honored her a couple of weeks ago and I was a little late, but this is a more fitting occasion to where we can celebrate 59 years of educating our children. And I think 50 of those years was at Washington, correct? All of them was at Washington High. So now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate the remarkable career of Joanne Simpson in honor of her immeasurable contributions to Booker T. Washington High School. We encourage all residents to celebrate her legacy, recognizing her enduring impact on the Atlanta Public Schools. And of course, it is signed by Council President and all of my colleagues on the Atlanta City Council. Mrs. Simpson. Couple of words. Let's take a picture right here. Ms. Simpson.
Thank you, Byron. I am deeply honored to be recognized for doing a job that I really loved, and I have thoroughly enjoyed doing it for many years. During my tenure at Washington High School, and I began at the tender age of 21. And I came in as a social studies teacher, replacing Miss Winfred Jones, who became the school social worker. From social studies, I then started a career doing program of education and career exploration. Dr. Daniel K. Smith started that program. And all ninth graders coming into the school at ninth grade level took a career education course. And it paired them up with the careers that they were best suited for. From then, I went to become a culinary arts teacher. And I spent the last 10 years doing culinary arts over at Booker T. Washington, teaching children to become chefs and owning their own business and going into business for themselves. During the time, I really enjoyed being a student government advisor. One of my products is Byron Amos, and another is Abel Mabel Thomas. I'm also proud of the fact that if they didn't stand up for anything else at graduation, I made sure that my students became registered voters. And I encouraged them to be voters, to take part. I have thoroughly enjoyed my years, and I still go over there as a substitute teacher. And I have taught many of the students whose parents I taught and grandparents. But when I started teaching, you did home visitations. I got to know my students' parents, the communities they came out of, because during that time, Washington High School had, 19 housing projects that we did. And I went from graded homes to Egan Homes, to name it, and we did house. I knew the parents, I knew the students, so I didn't have any problems out of them. I am deeply honored, and I am truly thankful for the honor that you have bestowed upon me. And thank you so much, both of you and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to the time we're all here for. We're going to set a little protocol. We're going to watch the video. You will hear from our Board of Education chair, our superintendent, then any of my colleagues that want to speak. Then we're going to present the letters and awards that we have here for Washington High. So let's watch this video.
Booker Taliaferro Washington High School is the oldest public high school for African Americans southeast of the Mississippi River. Founded in 1924 by the unyielding efforts of Atlanta's Black community, Washington High School is a picture of prolific pride personified. The first to embrace a race of students whose education was once denied. Nowadays, Washington High School is oftentimes underestimated, but those folks must not know who this school has educated. Judges, lawyers, politicians, Grady Memorial Hospital's first Black physician, educators, entrepreneurs, desegregators of Atlanta public schools, widely known entertainers who sold out venues, fashion designers, disc jockeys, professional players of football, basketball, and baseball. And a true legend, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. walked these halls. Booker T. Washington High School is more than a school. It is a legacy that echoes reminders of our freedom, our creativity, our excellence, our dignity, our independence, our self-respect, and our immeasurable intelligence. It is Black history. It is American history. It is a part of us that can never be taken away. And every single day for the past 100 years on these halls, our history has been made.
Thank you. So we always celebrate our own. Where's Miss Brewer? Miss Brewer, this video was curated by our very own alumni. She's an alumni Spelman as well, and former faculty at the school as well. So our very own historians telling our story the way it should be told. So we're going to move forward, hearing from our Atlanta Public Schools Board Chairwoman, Chairman Mitchell.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to acknowledge my board colleagues, Board Member Cynthia Briscoe Brown, Board Member Shivy Brooks, Superintendent Dr. Johnson, and several APS staff that are in attendance today. Oh, and Board Member Isha Collins. Sorry, didn't see you over there. Oh, and Board Member Katie Howard. How are you? Y'all popping up all over the place. And Board Member Aretta Baldwin could not be here, but she was here earlier, so I just want to acknowledge her presence. To the Booker T. Washington community, it's with great pleasure that we acknowledge and celebrate the centennial anniversary of Booker T. Washington High School. The profound impact this school has had on the local community is immeasurable, and it stands as a source of immense pride for us all. One of the greatest honors of serving on the Atlanta Board of Education is to witness this historical milestone, 100 years of Booker T. Washington's commitment to education, inspiring and preparing Atlanta public school students for college, career, and life. The legacy of Booker T. Washington is deeply rooted with remarkable graduates who have made significant contribution to both our community and world. This includes notable figures such as civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Honorable Judge Romay T. Powell, and countless others, from corner grocery stores owners and postal workers, each one contributing to the prosperity of our community. I'm personally proud to say that this legacy also includes both my maternal and paternal grandparents. My father and his uncles also attended Booker T. Washington High School, along with several cousins, uncles, and aunts. This historic beacon of achievement continues to foster greatness and will undoubtedly deepen its legacy for generations to come. As we celebrate this rich history, we also honor the dedication of our Principal Wade, our educators, our staff members, our parents, and students who have helped shape this culture and the success of Booker T. Washington High School. The Atlanta Board of Education is excited to witness and continue the positive impact this school has made on future students. We truly honor to share this momentous occasion, and we wish the entire Booker T. Washington community continued success and prosperity. On behalf of the Atlanta Board of Education, Board Chair Erica Mitchell, and my colleagues and Dr. Johnson, Superintendent, thank you.
Thank you. We're here from our newly appointed Superintendent, Dr. Johnson.
It's cutting up here. This is a year one for me. This is just a momentous occasion to be celebrating 100 years of service to this tremendous community. We want to congratulate you, and we want to thank the city for this tremendous recognition. We are so humbled and honored to stand on the shoulders of folks that are up here and to continue to do the work. So as excited as I am, and we all are, about this 100, what I'm even more excited about is the next 100. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right? Because history is still being made in the hallway. He's a problem in the hallways, in the hallways of Booker T. Washington. So last thing I say, I believe Sunday there's some church service. We're gonna do that, and then next week we're gonna gala, right? Tuesday, whatever day it is, we're just gonna celebrate Booker T. Washington all year long, right? In preparation for the next 100. So congratulations, thank you, Councilman Amos and City Council members, for this tremendous achievement and honor on this great day. Thank you.
Okay, so my colleagues have been lining up. I think Councilwoman Boone, then Bond, and everyone else can all the rest of the colleagues can definitely jump in. Councilwoman Boone.
Thank you to the Honorable Byron D. Amos and Michael Julian Bond for making this tribute happen today. There were 3 boys from the Vine City community, different ages, but they all turned out to be heroes in their community. Reverend Joseph E. Boone attended Booker T. Washington High School. He walked from Ashby Street Elementary to Booker T. Washington High School, received over $75,000 worth of scholarships, went on to play professional football in New York, and went on to have a street named Simpson Road in the city of Atlanta. There was another young man, John O. Boone, who went to Ashby Street Elementary School and walked to Booker T. Washington High School and became the first Black Commissioner of Corrections in the state and the city. and was appointed in Boston, Massachusetts, the first Black commissioner of corrections in the entire United States of America, John O. Boone. And then there was a legend by the name of Clarence C.T. Martin, Jr., the dean of the city council who cared about the poor, who made his mark in the city of Atlanta. And then the legendary Abel Mabel Thomas, who is here with us today, who has made her mark across this region and across this country. So Booker T. Washington, be proud, be proud, be proud. And let's try to get a Booker T. Washington museum so that history will reflect all of the legends that came from Booker T. Washington High School. And lastly, there was a French teacher, Madame Boone, who took me to Booker T. Washington in a carrier. She took her baby to work. We met Mr. Colson and so many other folks. There I met Mr. Ali Wilson. And then she went on to John F. Kennedy Middle School and introduced me to the great Byron D. Amos, and always said, he's a good one. He's really good. He is good. So congratulations, Booker T. Washington. We are proud, we are proud, we are proud.
Thank you.
He said you were good.
Oh, you already got one, but that's below. Okay. Well, I just want to say that it is a tremendous honor to be standing here with the graduates, the educators, the contributors of Booker T. Washington High School. 100 years of the institution proper, but 105 years of documented African-American empowerment through their vote. With the very city council that used to sit across in the old building. 3 times, African Americans in Atlanta were promised a high school and an elementary school on Old Ashby Street. Old Ashby Street, everything to the west was white. Let me say that again. Everything to the west of Ashby Street was white. African Americans in Atlanta, unlike in other cities, could vote. Twice they were promised that they would have a high school and an elementary school built. Twice they were denied. The NAACP at the time and other African American leaders in the city, when the city, quote unquote, fathers came to say, look, we want to pass a bond referendum, we want to get you all support. And they were like, no, if you don't build us a school to our specifications, we're not going to vote for your referendum. And so the third time was the charm. But what also doesn't get told is that everybody who's been on Perry Boulevard knows that Herman Perry contributed the land. He built Washington Park, the neighborhood right around the corner. And the school, it was an E.R. Carter, was a white school that the city council actually mustered up the courage to turn into a school that admitted African Americans. And that changed the complexion and direction of the city and the building of the west side of Atlanta after the Great Fire in Old Fourth Ward, when the fire destroyed 10,000 homes and African Americans then began an exodus over to the west side of the city. And Booker T. Washington High School was their rock. That's right. The rock that was built upon to build the education of African Americans in this town. To build the businesses, to build the strategies, to build the people that made Atlanta what it is today. So for those who say Atlanta influences everything, they need to first stop by White House Drive and then 45 White House Drive and take a look of where all of that has begun, where all of that started, and it will continue. I'm the grandson of a graduate of Booker T. Washington High School. She will be at the event. She's 99 years old. My grandmother, Louise Johnson Clopton, all of the Johnsons, went to Booker T. Washington High School. I got uncles and cousins and so forth. I used to be, even though I went to a different school, I won't say, but I did once fall in love with Miss Washington in 1983. And I dated her until we dated for a while. So until, these guys from Mays came after me with a shotgun, but that's a different story. But we love this legacy. We need to preserve it because it's not just a story about the individual school and the individuals that went to it. As was referenced in the film, this is an American story of American achievement by Americans using their power. Not saying, well, I don't care about, there's nobody on the ballot I don't like, I'm not going to vote. Or I'm busy, I'm shopping, I'm not going to vote. Or I'm doing something else and I'm not going to vote. That they leverage the power that they have at their disposal to get a return and place a demand on their government. Because there was a great man who said, power concedes nothing without a demand. So thank you, God bless you, and God continue to bless Booker T. Washington High School.
Y'all, good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Jason Dozier, and I had planned on speaking some prepared remarks, but I'm going to speak from the heart. And what my heart tells me is that even though I did not graduate from Booker T. Washington High School, I actually graduated from DeKalb County Schools, so I wasn't a... I wasn't a Washington Bulldog, I was the Lithonia Bulldog. But I wish from the bottom of my heart that I was a graduate of this fine institution, especially everything that I've seen in my 2.5 years of service on the Atlanta City Council and representing this school, representing this community, and seeing the amazing graduates, the amazing alumni, the amazing faculty and staff, our amazing principal, the work that y'all have been doing. As I think about my little girl who's just turned 4 years old, she'll be beginning kindergarten next year, and thinking about her future in the Atlanta Public Schools and her educational journey. I know our school board has some decisions to make over the next several years, but knock on wood, she will be a future graduate of Booker T. Washington High School. And so I just want to say thank y'all so much for coming out today and being a part of this celebration. The city of Atlanta supports you and supports your history, supports your legacy, and will continue to do so. I know our mayor talks about the year of the youth, but this is the year of Booker T. Washington High School, and we want to make sure that we continue to invest as a city in the legacy and in the work that y'all are doing each and every day to make this city a better place, as Michael Julian Bond said, to make our country a better place. And I'm just thankful to be playing a small part in that work. And so even though my colleague Byron Amos is an alumni of this institution, I'd like to remind him that Booker T. Washington High School is in my district. And so we're going to continue to work together to make sure the students and faculty and alumni get everything they need from this city. But just thank y'all so much for being here and being a part of this. And thanks for allowing me to be a small part of this as well. Thank you.
Okay, we got a Lithonia Bulldog, we got a Booker T. Washington Bulldog, we got a South Atlanta Hornet too now. But can I tell you something? It's APS. It's always been APS versus everybody, right? It's something we've always shared growing up here in APS, right? I graduated high school in 2005. You know what that means? I am a part of what the nation called the cheating scandal. My entire life is the cheating scandal. They locked up our principals, so they locked up all our teachers, right? So I can't stand next to my teachers in some of my schools, right? But the reason why we talk about APS like that, because it's a special place. We went through certain things together, right? And so I truly, truly, truly appreciate being a part of this APS and being a part of this APS. And we talk about 100 years. I want to add in two things. My mentor, Dr. Sherman Buns, who brought me from APS to Lincoln University of Missouri, he wrote a book. he talked about the black man being the permanent footstool of America, right? In that book, he talked about the first open black school in America. It was in Ware County, Augusta, Georgia, right? It was Ware High School. It was 1880. After 17 years of that school being open, the state closed it, right? And then it wasn't until Booker T. Washington, right? 1927, it took 30 more years before they let black, 24, before they allowed any black folk to get any high school, before any high school came back into the state of Georgia. So the state, they closed every school except that they closed all of the high schools in the state for 30 more years until they allowed Booker T. Washington to come, right? I want to add 2 more quick facts in there. I am celebrating my 20th year since 2005, and I have the honor and pleasure of being a part of the 20th year 2005 celebration of everything Washington High School is doing, right? And when I say that, that means I went to the Washington High School summer picnic this summer, and I also played in the kickball game, and I'm the only person who didn't go to Washington High School that was allowed to play in the kickball game, right? And they made a fact of saying we only let him slide and I can only play with that 05 class. So I want to shout out some of those folks so they'll keep me coming back, because I truly enjoy going to these events. I talked to Keith and we talked to South Atlanta and we talked to other schools, and we wish we can build what they have even after you graduate. It's an HBCU feeling full out for this high school. And so those folks are 05 graduates celebrating Sydney Baker, Kenya Prentice, Jessica Washington, who works for this city of Atlanta, Nikita Head, Chris Strozer, Rika J, and Helena Foster. I just want to make sure I shout out some Booker T. Washington 2005 graduates celebrating their 20th anniversary since high school, just like me this year. Let's go Booker T. Washington 100 years. Let's get another 100. Let's keep it going, baby. Let's go. Let's get it.
All right, bring it home. All right, well, we heard from a Washington Bulldog, we heard from a couple Douglas Astros, we heard from a South Atlanta Hornet, we got a Mays Raider over here. I thought that a Grady Knight needed to come and say a quick word. And I spent 13 years as a student, 4 years as a teacher, 4 years as a school board member with Atlanta Public Schools. There is no more sacred ground in Atlanta than 45 White House Drive. There is no more hallowed ground in Atlanta Public Schools than 45 White House Drive, and it is our honor to celebrate you all here today. So thank you so much for being here.
Any other council members would like to say something? Okay, so brings us to why we're here today. Dr. Johnson, if you'll join me, please. There we go. I have several letters, proclamations. Our Congresswoman, Nikema Williams, was here. She read it into the congressional record. Actually have a commendation by our governor, Governor Kemp. Actually have a letter of congratulations from our senator, Senator Hampton. Actually have a letter of congratulations boarded from Class of 91, myself. And actually have, the mayor spoke about it, have a letter that he has for you as well. But this is why we're here, this thing here. I'm not going to read it all because we have already heard and seen the accolades. But the proclamation from the Atlanta City Council in celebration of Booker T. Washington High School's 100th anniversary. Completed in 1924, Booker T. Washington was the first and only public high school for African Americans in the state of Georgia and southeast of the Mississippi until 1947. Its building on White House Drive was placed on the National Register in Historic Places in 1986, and it is a valuable icon in the West End community. Professor Charles L. Harper was the first principal of Booker T. Washington High School. His leadership, dedication to hiring well-educated and capable teachers and principals of strong academic standards built a lifetime foundation for educational success that is continued for 10 decades. And whereas for 100 years, Booker T. Washington High School has served as a pillar of the Atlanta community, providing a quality education to its multitude of students. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, The members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate the 100th anniversary of Booker T. Washington High School and urge all residents to join us in extending best wishes to this beloved community treasure for another exemplary 100 years. And it is signed by our council president and all members of the Atlanta City Council. They want to do a picture. He's in here. So I think they could serve as the official picture, or you want us, because we can't step up no further. Okay, so we're gonna take a picture, another picture. All of you on the end may have to go down front so you can be in the picture. And then we can just step up front for everyone that's up here.
Can we get our official photographer in there too?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Home?
Those of you who see it on the platform, squeeze it in like you love each other.
Am I good? You're good. Am I good? Yeah. What class? Next to Byron. Next to Byron. Next to Byron. Our class of 1961. You see all of mine. I want them to have an artifact in this photograph. That's right. Here we go. Can you be seen? Oh, this is.
Where's Celeste go? There she is.
ahead of time. Say, I need a shirt.
I've been right there.
Thank you.
I paid for him.
Go put this on right now.
Shirts are the valuable takeaways.
Indeed.
For sure. They are the key merch. Thank you all very much for being here. Next, I'd like to ask Stacy Key and anyone else who's here for the recognition of Minority Business Opportunity Week to please come forward and join me up on the dais. It is my pleasure to once again recognize the incredible work that is done by our minority businesses across our city and across our state, and specifically the work of the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, which works every day to make sure that small businesses, minority-owned businesses are supported and able to grow their businesses and serve customers both here and across the world. So I am going to briefly read this commendation from the Atlanta City Council and then turn it over to Stacy Key, who's the president and CEO of the Development Council, to have a few of our guests talk about the work that they're doing. This proclamation says, in recognition of Minority Business Opportunity Week, whereas the state of Georgia proudly stands as the #1 state to do business, a testament to its vibrant economy, supportive business environment, and diverse marketplace, and whereas Georgia is home to a diverse array of corporations and enterprises that provide substantial opportunities for minority businesses to engage in mutually beneficial partnerships, fostering a culture of inclusivity and mutual success. And whereas the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, Georgia's leading small business development and supplier diversity organization, has certified minority-owned businesses, helped them grow and develop, and assisted them in engaging in corporate and government supply chains for 49 years. I expect to see you next year for 50th anniversary. And the GMSDC community consists of more than 400 corporations headquartered in Georgia and with a significant presence here, and more than 1,300 certified minority business enterprise firms that play an integral role in Georgia's economy. And whereas business partnership facilitated by GMSDC generated more than $11 billion in revenues, created tens of thousands of Georgia jobs, and have a $20 billion impact on Georgia's economy. And whereas Minority Business Opportunity Week serves as an essential time to acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of minority-owned businesses and to highlight the essential role they play in driving the economic success in Atlanta and throughout Georgia. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, declare September 16th through 20th, 2024, as Minority Business Opportunity Week in Atlanta to honor the achievements of minority businesses and recognize their importance to the economy of our great city, designed by myself and all members of council. And on behalf of the council and the residents of Atlanta, I want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you do to support our businesses and this entire economy. Stacy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to the Atlanta City Council for being a part of this week and this recognition. We're going to have a couple of speakers representing GMSDC in our almost 50 years. First, we're going to have our board member, Nidra Dixon, representing Accenture, followed by Sanjay Franklin, representing the minority business community, and then Keith Ambersley, also a board member representing EY. Nidra.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you to the Atlanta City Council. It is an honor for Accenture and myself to serve on the GMSDC board. Atlanta serves as one of the hubs of a place for many entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are the backbone of the city, of this country. So please take your time to go out and support many of the businesses that we have that are owned by women, African American, people with disabilities, LGBT-owned community, disabled veterans, our Native American and Asian population. There are many amazing young people that have opportunities through GMSDC to start their own business. So we are very proud to continue to support 49 years and looking forward to the 50th year. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon and greetings to this Atlanta City Council and Councilman Shipman. I am Sanjay Franklin, Director of MBE Services for the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council. I would like to thank the Atlanta City Council for your continued support of the Minority Business Opportunity Week initiative. This is our 4th consecutive year of spearheading this recognition to highlight the contributions of minority businesses to our state economy. Since our founding in 1975, we have been about one objective: helping small and minority-owned suppliers to become supply chain business partners to corporations and governmental entities just like this one. As the leaders of one of the largest and most diverse counties in Georgia, you all can appreciate the importance of making opportunity available to all of the pockets of population that make up your city, not just a privileged few. So we are grateful to you for your stance in economic equity as demonstrated by this proclamation. In addition to our Minority Business Opportunity Week activities this week, we are proud to be hosting the National Minority Supplier Development Council's annual conference in Atlanta from October 20th to the 23rd. The GMSDC is one of 23 affiliate councils nationwide, all of whom will converge on the Georgia World Congress Center for several days of meetings, workshops, keynotes, and business building activities. If your schedule permits, please make time to join us during the conference as the nation comes to Georgia to talk business. The City of Atlanta is a wonderful partner to the GMSDC, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here before you today. Our best to you and your team moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy, City Council, for this opportunity to be here today. Corporations like EY, we value the fact that if small business succeeds, we succeed. We've invested a lot of time and resources and money and expertise to grow small business in the state of Georgia, in the city of Atlanta. Sitting on the board of the GMSDC is a catalyst for this to happen. Small business is the future. Small business is now. And we do everything possible with the help of the GMSDC to make it happen. Not just for small business that grow into medium-sized business, that grow into multinational and global business. We have programs that we on board a lot of these smaller entities so that they can have exposure to bigger corporations like EY, and they can access the resources to scale and to be the best that they can be. So thank you, GMSDC. Thank you for the City of Atlanta for being there for us when we need you most. And thanks to everyone. Thank you.
As I ask my colleagues, council members Overstreet and Bond, to come forward, I would just say that this council has continually funded women entrepreneurs, small businesses, legacy businesses, relief from COVID, relief from the water crisis. I think you've seen a commitment from this council to minority-owned businesses and small businesses. And so with that, Councilmember Overstreet.
Just wanted to make sure I said a couple words because the work that your organization does is absolutely invaluable. What we know for sure is that we have the deepest wealth gap here in the city of Atlanta. And so this is where our opportunity lies within the minority business ownership. I can't express enough how important it is that we lean into the organizations and continue these partnerships. And I say we do a year-long charge, some kind of challenge, so that we can celebrate our 50th with even higher numbers. And we'll come back next year and applaud ourselves and make sure that we continue to spotlight this, because I truly believe that our wealth gap can be changed here in the city of Atlanta through organizations like this. And through these types of partnerships, I mean, invaluable is just not enough of a word. So thank you so much for allowing us to celebrate you in this way, and we look forward to next year for sure. Thank you.
I just want to add my voice in giving you congratulations on your 49th year. And also, there's, as Dr. Durley always talks about, there are Chronos moments and Kairos moments. This is a Kairos moment. It is regrettable that you did not go before the Booker T. Washington Award, because 49 years ago when you were founded, the city of Atlanta, prior to 1975, was only awarding 1% of minority contracts to minorities of any stripe. And it was only because of a graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, and he was mentioned in the atrium, the great Maynard Holbrook Jackson, who put in place the MBE program for the city of Atlanta that was emulated all around the world. But as a graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, it was 109 years ago that Booker T. Washington actually visited Atlanta for the opening of the Odds Fellows building, which at that time was considered the greatest black business building in the world, because it was actually a high rise and a tower. And prior to that, 15 years before that, when W.E.B. Du Bois was at Atlanta University, he had done a study every year as a sociologist. He would do a study. He did a study about business, and he suggested to Booker T that they set up a national minority business association. But Booker T did not act on that right away. And so it wasn't until he came to Atlanta in 1915 to come to the opening of the Oddfellows building that he met with the black business leaders of the time. And then the black business leaders took his idea and ran with it. So the first official business association in Atlanta wasn't the Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, it was the Atlanta Business League. And then when the white businessmen in Atlanta saw how successful the Atlanta Business League was, they started the Atlanta Chamber of Commerce some 5 to 8 years later. So minorities have always been at the cutting edge of entrepreneurship, developing businesses in communities, and making a way out of no way. And so it is with that we will obviously award this proclamation for your good work, but we also need your guidance into making sure, in Maynard Jackson's tradition, that we are making city government available to you, available to minorities, available to new entrepreneurs, so that they can make a way. And as W.B. Du Bois would say, uplift the race, right? That you lift yourself, as Booker T. Washington would say, lift yourself up by your bootstraps. and to make sure that we can have that kind of empowerment within our own community to continue to grow that wealth and to address these gaps that would be unacceptable, right, in our own communities. Just like 49 years ago when you all were established, we didn't have that kind of wealth gap. So this is something that we need to work ardently and intentionally to resolve. So we're at your disposal, and congratulations to you again.
Thank you. Do the actual presentation?
Okay. So let us come forward and we'll take a picture with the proclamation. Thank you all. Finally, today, I would like to ask all of those who are here with the Atlanta Community Food Bank to come forward in recognition of Hunger Action Month. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. Let me see. So it is my pleasure to once again welcome our friends back from the Atlanta Community Food Bank and to present this proclamation in recognition of Hunger Action Month. We know that hunger is an issue in our community that is pervasive and that continues to be a challenge, especially coming out of COVID and with ongoing inflation. And the work of the Atlanta Community Food Bank is so vital to making sure that our households remain able to support themselves. So I will read just a few of the parts of this proclamation, which says, in recognition of Hunger Action Month, whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in Georgia, where 13% of people face hunger and 1 in every 5 children does not know where their next meal will come from. And wherever everyone needs nutritious food to thrive, and in every community in America, people are working hard to provide for themselves and their families. Yet in 2022, 44 million, 1 in 7, including more than 13 million children, face food insecurity in the U.S. That includes 1 in 9 people across 29 counties in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. And whereas more than 715,000 people across 29 counties in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia rely on food provided by the Atlanta Community Food Bank and its network of nearly 700 nonprofit community partners. And whereas the Atlanta Community Food Bank distributed 127 million pounds of food, representing 113 million meals to neighbors in fiscal year 2024 through its network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other community organizations. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the movement to end hunger by taking action, including volunteer shifts, social media shares, and donations to ensure that every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. And whereas food banks nationwide, including the Atlanta Community Food Bank, will host numerous events throughout September to bring awareness and help and hunger, to end hunger in their local community. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize September 2024 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Atlanta, Encourage all residents to support the Atlanta Community Food Bank's mission to fight hunger by engaging, educating, and empowering the community, signed by myself and all members of council. On behalf of the residents of Atlanta, I want to thank you, Kyle, and your entire team for the work of the Atlanta Community Food Bank during this month and every month of the year. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Shipman, and also thanks to all of your colleagues on the Atlanta City Council, the food bank, our board, my colleagues at the food bank, the neighbors that we serve. We're very proud of and grateful for this proclamation. As you stated, as the proclamation states, food insecurity remains a significant challenge in our community and in communities across the country. We are working very hard at the food bank to ensure that all of our neighbors have access to the food that they need. We do that in a collaboration with a long list of community partners here in the city and elsewhere. And that collaboration represents the very best of what our community can be. It represents how we can work together to make Atlanta a better place for everybody, where everyone has opportunity. And we look forward to finding new ways to work with the city and with partners across the city to expand access to food and resources for all of our neighbors. So thank you once again. We're grateful for the recognition and look forward to working together in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will come forward and take a picture. Next, we will move to remarks by the public. I would remind everyone that if you signed up, you'll have up to 2 minutes. Unless you've been yielded time, I will enumerate yielded time when everybody steps up. We have a number of comments today, so I'd ask us to please adhere to the time and keep moving. I'll try to give it a little bit of sense of those that are coming up so you can be ready. First up today will be Vanessa Ward. You have up to 2 minutes. Mr. Vaughn?
I'd like to do a quorum call.
Like to do a quorum call?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the...
No, a quorum call. To call on the back on.
Oh, back to... Okay,
Yeah,
give me just
call
a
on the
second. And we will make sure. If you just hold just a second before you start. All right, Vanessa Ward, you have up to 2 minutes.
Oh, how you doing? Good evening. Okay. Hello, how you doing? Good evening. Okay. I jumped up from my seat where I was sitting at to become the first one to sign the petition, but not for bragging rights, but because of the fact that we need to vote on this act at the voting polls. I mean, like, we don't need no one wreaking any more bad habits on us any more than it already is, especially by 18 to 21-year-olds and already fueled up to be trigger happy, ready to react to violently by shooting on the slightest provocation, something like that, as we have already seen in the season ones. I'm talking about the police and stuff. And to make it so bad, they are only going to wreak their bad habits in Black neighborhoods where new apartments and housings are being built. We don't want them to decide the fate of our lives and in the generations of our children to come. I'm done.
Thank you. Next up will be Kawan Ward. Next will be Kawan Ward. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kawan Ward, and I am not feeling good about the military police style training. For one, they need training on themselves, and two, they need training on all people, especially mental health illness. If we want this, please let us decide our own faith, and I approve this message.
Thank you. Next up will be Prophet Curtis Martin Harrison. You have up to 2 minutes.
I don't know how I'm gonna follow this. I don't know how I'm gonna follow that president. But God is good. Again, here we are talking about homelessness again in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County. Again, I'm gonna make it plain because I'm gonna say some things I already have said. You know, it's getting cold outside. I'm still walking past men and women that are defecating in our streets. People still taking showers at the park. I mean, in the open, in front of everybody. There's women being raped on your streets due to rape, and I do mean rape physically, and I do mean sexual rape when I say that. You know. Now, so y'all don't think so, but you only get 2 minutes, so there ain't too much you can say in that 2 minutes. But I am saying this, that 19 folk died, froze to death on your streets in the wintertime, where y'all gave away Christmas gifts. And these preachers knew it as well, you know, and these e-mans know it as well. Because I don't bite my tongue for nobody. Let me explain that. I am a prophet. So a prophet, you need to understand what a prophet's role is in the church. Because the prophet's role in the church is to tell the truth, take the cover off. So if the bishop is messing up, best believe I'm emailing the bishop. If the pastor's messing up, just believe I'm emailing the pastor as well. So, but when it comes to this issue of homelessness, the state is getting money for homeless people. So it ain't like y'all doing so much for homeless people. And then when you want to give money to Cop City, just like the president just said, that you're training military style. You're not training policing, because I know the difference. 1976 is when that changed. That changed in 1970. Now you're training for combat. So your police officer, off-duty police officer just killed a boy in College Park. From Atlanta off-duty cop kills a boy, young man, in College Park. And for what? I want to know. We want to know.
Time has expired.
Why? I want to know why did that cop kill that boy?
Thank you. Time has expired. Next will be Mark Spencer. We got a lot of speakers, folks, today, so let's keep it moving. Let's keep the clapping down. Mark Spencer? I know people are waiting, taking off time from work. We got to keep it moving, y'all. Mark Spencer? No? Mary Edmondson? Mary Edmondson, you have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mary Edmondson. I'm from Covington, Georgia, and I am in favor of putting Cop City on the ballot, as well as continuing the funding of PAD. I'm here because I am confused. Thank you. I'm here because I am confused as to why we are all here. As a message from Andre Dickens to a Cop City organizer, there is no citizen vote for city purchases and construction. So if he goes on to say that most Atlantans, real Atlantans understand the need. I have the screenshot right here, the message he sent, the plan that you aren't in touch with real Atlantans. You listen to the internet. You live in an algorithm of Atlanta. And so my question is, when back in September of 2021, a record-breaking public response of 17 hours of voicemails, of 1,100,000 calls, of 70% opposed to the training facility, what exactly does he mean by that? He goes on to state that the site is green and that there are ducks and deer. That's just one sentence, ducks and deer. They're just out here playing out with ducks and deer. And when we've watched our city streets be flooded, we've watched roads collapse, we've watched women with newborns struggle to feed their children under boiling water advisories, when we've watched the mulch fire that destroyed, that has contaminated the South River and also impacted the people, the low-income residents of South River Forest. So my question is, do we have a choice about Cop City, or do we have to accept it? Because you're not going to gaslight and manipulate us into believing that Cop City makes Atlanta safer and that it is good for the environment. As we have watched, that Brian Kemp has called upon the National Guard onto protesters as a commencement of these protests.
Thank you. Time has expired.
That police are not allowed to militarize against
Next
its
up will be
people.
Sarah Balch.
The same brutality against the
Next up will be Sarah Balch.
Palestinians being brought here.
Sarah Balch. Next up will be Sarah Balch. Sarah Balch.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sarah Balch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. I know you feel passionately, but if you continue to applaud and slow down this meeting, you are not helping your cause. Our rules are that you do not applaud. And you will lose council members who will listen.
Sarah Balch, you have, Councilmember Lewis. Wait just a moment.
President Shipman, I just want to make sure we're keeping proper protocol. Councilmember Norwood just spoke. No one said her name. I'm not against that, but I want you to keep the same rules for me. I want the same rules for me. I want the same rules for me, President Shipman. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis, I appreciate your point. Sarah Balch, 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I grew up in North Atlanta, went to college in state, and returned here after graduating about a decade ago. Last summer, I spent 3 months canvassing in 100-degree heat for the referendum campaign. I engaged with people from diverse backgrounds, and while our views on policing solutions varied, the consensus was clear. Everyone should have the opportunity to vote on the issue and participate in direct democracy. I thought if I took the time to work through the proper channels within the system, we could make a difference. I can't believe I'm here a full year later with that referendum signature boxes collecting dust somewhere in this building still uncounted. I have always been proud to live in a city with a strong legacy of Black representation and progress. However, it's been disillusioning to watch Black politicians who are funded by overwhelmingly white corporate interests to try to convince us that the only way to stay safe is through the funding and expansion of a militarized police state. I'm not here because I believe my presence will inspire any change in the city council, but to put on the record that we were here. Real Atlantans were here, showing up and advocating for a better future than the one that had been bought for us.
Thank you. Next is Jacqueline Eccles. Jacqueline Eccles. Jacqueline Eccles, you have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Following Jacqueline Eccles will be Jax Crowder and then Costco Jones. Up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jacqueline Eccles. I am board president of South River Watershed Alliance. I want to center this comment around well-founded concerns voiced in the city's 2017 Comprehensive Development Plan, also known as the Atlanta City Design, Aspiring to the Beloved Community, and share a few quotes from this document. Aspiring to the beloved community is the intentional shaping of the city to reflect our shared values, meet our opportunities, and achieve our goals. The need to change is urgent locally as Atlanta grapples with increasing violence and injustice towards Black residents and other people of color. The dominant focus of the 2017 Atlanta City Design is the need to achieve equity. Our challenge for equity is continuous, contentious, and often unappreciated work of ensuring that all the benefits of progress, ambition, access, and nature accrue fairly to everyone. Specifically, the need to pursue, infuse, and achieve equity in all aspects of planning, the city's design, approach, policies, incentives, and investments with environmental balance. Make sure that the allocation of resources for green space and other purposes match up with each community, with what each community needs. Mitigate historic injustices in the misplacement of undesirable facilities. If you were on the Atlanta City Council in 2017, as many of you were, you voted in favor of the Atlanta City Design. It passed unanimously. Attorney Ben Crump states, environmental justice is a basic human right. It allows people to have some level of agency over the decisions that impact their lives. Without it, many people are made to be victims of the plans and ambition of others. At a time when Black communities in Atlanta continue to be magnets for the siting of degrading industries, the fight against injustice is in full retreat and environmental racism has taken center stage. The predominance of Black political power in Atlanta should swing the environmental justice and anti-racism pendulum in favor of affected Black communities. It has not. The city of Atlanta has failed and continues to fail its most vulnerable citizens. The will of the people has been cast aside in favor of the will of the rich few. What goes around comes around, Mayor Dickens and Atlanta City Council. The voters you meet going up and are now denying them the right to vote on the people's referendum are the same ones you will meet coming down. It is never too late to do the right thing. That's what I am asking you to do, the right thing. Approve the referendum. Let the people vote. It is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jax Crowder. Jax Crowder and then Costco Jones. Jax Crowder, you have up to 2 minutes.
One year. 1 year since we've turned in the petitions. 1 year since we've had a slumber party with y'all. 1 year that you've sat on your hands. 1 year of death, over policing, and over legislating. 1 year of spending money on what you think might help while ignoring the path forward. We've been here before and we'll be here again. We might be tired, but we will not be stopped. You have the ability to count the signatures. I would even say you have the ability to count the signatures because they are already scanned and everybody has the ability to count these signatures. You have the ability to put this a referendum that we have fought for almost 2 years, if not more, to have our voices heard. We are not being heard. The people are not being heard. I've been told to state your truth even when your voice shakes. My voice is shaking. Last time I was here, I was joyful, I was making jokes. Last time I was here, I was actually told that we are not militarizing our police because our police do not have tanks. Fun fact, tanks do not constitute militarization of the police. What constitutes militarization of the police is using police tactics from Israeli Defense Forces through the GILEE. That is what is militarizing our police. You continue to go against the people will go against you. We are coming for you, we're coming for your paycheck, we're coming for your positions. We're coming to dismantle the oppressive regime that is sat before us, not allowing our voices to be heard. Liberation for all, freedom for all, stop the tyranny, stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Costco Jones. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes, and then it'll be Christina Lazar and Henry Jordan.
I need a... Give y'all a second to get those in front of you and take a little glance at them for a second. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Costco Jones. I sit on the Clean Energy Advisory Board for the city. I'm the co-chair of the Decarbonization Committee. And I'm here to talk about audits for affordability. There's some legislation I'm proposing. I came here, I did public comment before. I told you I was coming back, and I'm gonna keep coming back Energy burden. Energy burden is when people spend more than 6% of their monthly income on utility bills. Atlanta's number 3 in energy burden. Based on the latest numbers, people are spending more than 10% of their monthly income on utility bills. When people are spending more than 10% of their monthly income on utility bills, they're probably gonna end up working, more than 40 hours a week, probably 60 hours a week. So if they have children, that means they can't watch their children. So that means that they're out there running in the streets, hence why this whole room is filled up. I'm talking about the root cause of this. People can't afford to be in their homes because they haven't been able to keep up with their houses. Energy audits is an emerging market. They tried to push it back in 2009 during the ARA money, and that's the American Reinvestment, basically the Obama money. That money came through, it all went on the commercial side. It went to the commercial side, better building challenge, all of those things like that. Nothing came down to the residential side. Right now, we are positioned now that we can have this legislation so that people can get energy audits instead of real estate inspections. There's no governing body over real estate inspections. You can be Joe Smo off the street as long as you turn in a proper real estate inspection, and it goes to the realtor, and that gets through. Whereas there are governing bodies over energy auditors. About 21,000 homes are purchased here a year, which means that's about 21,000 energy audits that could be happening in the organic market for people that are getting trained up in the clean energy sector. We saw that happen. We saw Southface train a lot of people, and then we saw when the policy was not in place, the Southface Suite Training Center turned into a CBD shop. So we have to get the policy in place so that people can get to work. Georgia has the worst housing stock from a performance standpoint. Atlanta's in the top 3. This could be a statewide thing. It's been a 15-year process as far as the homes becoming dilapidated. We need to fix our homes up now. We can let the youth get to work. When an energy audit happens, somebody has to go in every room in the house. Hence, we need representation. People should be able to get their energy audits done from people that look like them. People should be able to make livable wages doing energy audits. This is low-hanging fruit. This is low-hanging fruit as far as something that we can do to help us empower ourselves, to help us fix up our own communities. There's no reason why I should have to keep coming up here, because it's basically a lemon law for a house. It's a lemon law for a car, isn't it? The average American, the largest purchases that they make is their house. So don't you want them to make sure that they're getting their money's worth on their home and they're reducing their operating costs on their home so they can, take their family on vacation, buy gifts, have disposable income, because that's what things are measured by. So I'm pushing this audit for affordability. I would like to see this policy brief get adopted by somebody and get pushed and move forward, because I want to see people be able to get back to work. I want to see the youth be able to get back to work. The average building scientist is a 55-year-old white male. I'm a black man. I'm 40 years old. I've been in this industry over a decade, and it's in this space here. And I'm not gonna lie, I get bullied by what's going on. I do a lot of single-family stuff because the multifamily sector is kind of controlled, so to speak. So let's do better. Let's do better. Let's push this.
Time's expired.
And I've spoke to people from few of your offices before, and nobody's following up with me. I don't want to call names, but I will be back.
Next will be Christina Lazar. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak specifically about funding PAD Atlanta. SNAPCO had helped bring PAD to Atlanta because it was a cry from the community. We wanted something different. We wanted to imagine what it would be possible if we invest in community care instead of policing and prisons. And PAD did that. They exceeded our expectations. I want to make it clear, PAD doesn't just provide people a connection to a shelter and a meal to eat. They connect them to something that we take for granted every day, hope. Hope to dream something bigger than a place to stay. Hope to dream that you can connect to your families again. Hope to dream that you can have your own business. Hope to dream that you can make a difference in the city that you actually live in. we can't afford not to have PAD. APD doesn't have the capacity to do what PAD does. Please continue to invest in this necessary program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan, followed by Matthew Nursey and Sadeh Batru. Henry Jordan, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give me unto the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. And if you walk contrary unto me, will not hearken unto me, I will bring you 7 times more plagues upon you, according to your sins. Leviticus 26, chapter 21st verse. Then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. Indicates that these judgments are looked upon as God's discipline. James 5, if Jesus called you to live holy, then he will discipline you. And let them make a sanctuary that I may dwell among them. Exodus 20, chapter 8 verse. The sanctuary testifies to the holiness of God by more than its structure. It's a blessing to worship our Heavenly Father. Woe to them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight. Isaiah 5, chapter 21st verse. Woe is sorrow, wise means sound judgments by their flesh. Prudent is careful in appearance, not seeking to obey Jesus is unwise. Which justify the wicked for reward and take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. Isaiah 5, chapter 23rd verse. Draw iniquity with cords refers to pulling a load of sin with a rope on a cart. Made to appear holy and are evil for money to rob the virtuous from truth. Christ created and come to me through his word for your own protection of you destroying yourselves. Evil destroys evil. Evil don't help anybody, even your own self. We're self-destructive to ourselves. We got to ask Christ. He's the answer. Command ways are evil and destructive. And you seek to kill instead of give life.
Thank you. Next will be Matthew Nursey. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Matthew Nursey, and I am here with the Housing Justice League, also a proud card-carrying member of Atlanta DSA. And before I get started on the housing and Cobb City, I want to say the other day, the fire department union came up here and talked about how the firefighters aren't getting paid enough, and the mayor immediately followed up talking about how the city's under budget, and yay for us. That's completely unacceptable. So we have the housing slush fund here in Atlanta. The housing trust fund. But lots of those funds are going to projects like the Gulch, which lines the pockets of the same entities that are funding Cobb City. We're giving tax breaks to billionaires on a daily basis to bring business here to Atlanta. Meanwhile, in Fulton County alone, there's 1,000 evictions a month going on. So that means predetermined outcomes, rubber stamps on these evictions. People, are not getting a fair case. And then what happens when the police show up to their door? They're taught military-style tactics to escalate things quickly and possibly kill people. So, Housing Justice League was founded on squatting, and I would hate to see the same tactics that police are learning when they go over to Israel to train to be brought here to Atlanta, which is what's going to happen when this thing's built. Housing Justice League, we advocate for a solidarity economy based on taking care of one another and not, making profits for people. And we advocate for putting the communities in the hands of the people who actually live there. So how about we talk to the people who live around Cobb City, see what they want, because it sounds like from the people who've been doing work on that, they want housing, they want healthcare, they want public green spaces. So let's invest in housing, let's divest from Cobb City, let's divest from corporate landlords, and let's divest from Israel, please.
Thank you. Next is Sadeh Batru, followed by Cole Bennett, and then Brian Allen. Sadeh Batru. And Cole Bennett, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cole Bennett. I'm here on behalf of an organization called Move to Amend on behalf of the Georgia State University College of Law and 116,000 of my neighbors in the great city of Atlanta, where I've lived my whole life. A little over 24 hours ago, a man was shot and killed by an NYPD officer for jumping a turnstile on a $2.90 subway fare. The officer also shot 2 unrelated bystanders just going about their day, as well as another on-duty officer. I wish this was an isolated incident, but it's not, and I think you all know that. We all know that. In the present corrupt and militarized form, American police are the biggest threat to public safety and purveyor of violence in our society. Not immigrants, not some nebulous idea of petty crime. As a white man in America, and growing up in Atlanta, I've never had an experience with the police where I felt more safe by their presence or that the threat of violence was less likely. I have to imagine this increases exponentially for our black, brown, or God forbid, homeless brothers and sisters here in the city of Atlanta. The fact of the matter is police don't keep us safe. You and I both know that, and you both know what service police actually provide, which is protecting Capitol and as the enforcers of state and corporate violence against us, the people of this city, when we don't agree with what you and your corporate masters do. If you don't know that, you're a fool. I've seen firsthand how this has played out. I was at Emory. I saw the kettling tactics that they learned through the Gilly program from the IDF. It's never too late to get your values straight. I think that all of you sit up here and you tell us that the petition movement and the referendum is not possible or it's whatever. You all can and will be replaced for going against the will of the people.
Thank you. Next will be Brian Allen, followed by Louise Perini, and then Dominique Grant. Brian Allen, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Allen, Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Georgia and Atlanta resident. I'd like to read selected portions of a resolution that we adopted back in December of last year that is unfortunately still relevant today in September. Whereas on June 12th, 2023, the Libertarian Party of Georgia adopted a resolution to oppose Cop City, condemning the weaponization of the law against peaceful opposition, opposing police militarization, endorsing voting yes on the proposed referendum to repeal Atlanta City Council Ordinance 21-0-0367, and opposing Cop City, also known as the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. And whereas on September 11th, 2023, petitions including over 116,000 signatures supporting the proposed referendum were submitted to the City of Atlanta, which is well above the approximately 58,000 signatures needed for the referendum to be held. And whereas on September 29th, 2023, the City of Atlanta publicly released personally identifiable information of the people who signed the petitions, including names, signatures, addresses, and phone numbers. And whereas the City of Atlanta still has not begun signature verification as of December 11th, 2023, which is a full 3 months after having received the petitions, which is now over a year, and has instead spent over $1.3 million on legal representation related to fighting against the referendum process and an environmental case brought against Cop City. Therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Georgia calls upon the City of Atlanta to stop obstructing the referendum process and begin signature verification immediately, and condemns the continued weaponization of the law and other methods utilized by the City of Atlanta and the state of Georgia, clearly intended to silence peaceful opposition to Cop City. If you claim to care about democracy, stop being hypocrites and let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Louise Perini. Again, I apologize in advance if I get names wrong. No. Dominique Grant, you have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, y'all. Nice to see everybody again. I'm Dominique Grant, and I'm the Campaign and Operations Manager with Women on the Rise, Georgia. I would like to first start by saying I know she left the building, but those intimidation tactics of taking pictures of the people in the audience because we want to celebrate in our pain is not cool, Mary Norwood. I'm just putting that out there. First, I'd like start by making a quick point. For the past 2 years, we worked tirelessly in community to convince you all that Labatt didn't deserve the opportunity to taint yet another building with his horrible management. You all didn't listen, and although the claim was the building was causing a safety issue, we now see that the issue is mismanagement. 2 murders in a building you've let him borrow since he's taken it over. 2. Secondly, through all of our requests, community took finding solutions into our own hands. PAD was created to not only help the people, but the government in the city of Atlanta. The plan was written for you all, and that has been needed, and all that has been needed is support, financial support from the city, from the council members that stand before me, who agreed to us being able to provide these services to the community. The city has yet dragged their feet on the livelihoods of the very people that work to make their city better. We came together and found an alternative to policing. Pay them. Lastly, we provided solutions, and the community even got the signatures necessary to prove that Cop City is not what the community wants. But here we are. Stop Cop City and put it on the ballot. Stop the continuous murders by Sheriff Labatt, and please, for the love of God, pay PAD. Please. 311 needs to work. Our mental health people in the community deserve support that does not involve harsh policing. Please, please, I'm begging y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Siegfried White, followed by Lenny Black and then LaPink. Siegfried White, you have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Councilmen, persons, first of all, I want to start by saying that I'm asking the city council persons to honor a woman who died on September the 14th. She's in Councilman Dozier District. Her name is Miss Chancellee Dumas. She used to serve the people in the community, feed them, feed homeless people. She would walk the street in the rain, and she would feed people. A lot of things you see Reverend White doing, I got it from Miss Chancellee Dumas. And tonight we're having a candlelight vision for her. She's at 712, address 712 Garibaldi. We're going to have a candlelight vision for her tonight. Her name is Miss Chancellee Dumas. So please help me. I would love you all to do a resolution, a proclamation, or just individual councilman will speak on her behalf, give something for her. Also, I noticed on September the 3rd at the Woodward Park, the mayor made a proposal of $60 million for the homeless. $60 million for the homeless. That's a good start to try to help those people who are underneath the bridges, who are the people. Mother Breezelove is out there serving the homeless with us, helping the people at Gateway. L.A. Pink, she's out there feeding. You can walk away, sir, when I'm talking about the homeless. That's okay. But I want you to know that the Bible said, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And whatever's right, he will pay, not me. He's going to pay what's right. Also, in reference to those persons who were shot at the Mechanicsville, we're asking for more city council person to help these families. Help the families. Amen. We don't like to toot our horn on doing anything. Amen. L.A. Pink, Brother Lenny Black, Mother Breezelove. We have been working with these people, working with them. And we need help. Also, they need help, the families. Because you never know when you may lose someone. You never know when you may lose someone. Thank you for what they're doing over there, talking, being very disrespectful. But I want you to know that God sees you. And as I've come down here all the time, and I'm asking for the different city council person to help us with what we're doing.
I want you to know that we're not tired on this journey. We have a proposal for those persons who live underneath the bridge. I presented that proposal to different council persons, all of them. I went to the manager. She said she'll make sure that each person get one. Only a few have gotten back with me about that proposal. But Reverend White, our gang, concerned dads, amen, not on my watch ministry, we ain't got tired yet. We're not tired yet. The people have come up here, have spoken. Amen. They have spoken, and we want you to know that we are not tired yet. We're going to keep on fighting. We're going to keep fighting for those who are homeless, and that's what we do. We fight for those who are homeless. Women is about to get cold. As you know, we take people to the homeless center, to the woman shelters. So it's about to get cold, and we're going to do that again. Ms. Boone, you know we've been doing that for a minute, taking people to the woman center, and we haven't got tired yet. Not on my watch mean as long as Reverend White is living, he's going to make sure that nobody die or freeze to death on his watch. That's what not on my watch mean. And I tell you the truth, I want you also to know that on October the 6th, I have to go to court. October the 6th. And the reason why Reverend White is going to court, not because he tried to break in somebody's home, not because that he tried to break in someone's car. He took homeless men to the Atlanta Medical Center. Yes. And he was told that he could not do that. They gave me a criminal trespass. The mayor said he's opened up a place to bring the homeless people, and I tried to do that. But instead, I was given a trespass, and I came back and I preached, and the police came, and they put me in handcuffs. Where? Put me in handcuffs, not because I was doing anything illegal, but because I was trying to help the homeless people. And as long as we're living, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to help anybody who needs to be helped. I'm going to try to help them. So help Reverend White, work with these homeless people, and we appreciate what the mayor said, the $60 million. You know, we want to be a part of what's happened. I hope he can, find that money to help the people, because no one needs to die in the street because of homelessness. Nobody needs to die. Just think about it. It could be your sister, it could be your brother, it could be your mother, it could be your father. But we're going to do all that we can to help people in the community. God bless you.
Thank you. Next up will be Lenny Black. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
I'm Lenny Black. I'm one of the family members of the shooting victims of Mechanicsville. I want to thank Councilman Dozier, because he did reach out to me and gave me some information so I can help the other family victims. Councilman Lewis, you was at the hospital, but you visited one family. What about the rest? We don't mean anything to you? Because that's all you visited. What? Nobody else meant nothing to you. And everybody else up there have not visited one family or reached out or tried to help. But yet and still on the news, they talk about that shooting up there. But here in Atlanta, we don't mean anything. We're nothing. What are we, cockroaches? Just step all over us. And you talk about legacy. What about yours? What about helping the people here? What are you going to do? Are you just going to sit there and look like nothing? Like, just sit there. You're just sitting there. You're thinking now, but once you get up from that seat and walk away, will you continue to think and try to do anything to help the people? Come on. This is your chance. This is your time. You can shine, but you're not. You're not shining at all. Come on, help us. Help us. It's not easy. My granddaughter is laying in that hospital. She got shot in the back, 17 years old. May not never walk again. Never. But you're there. Nobody reached out. What's wrong with a simple phone call? What's wrong with the visit, a card? And why isn't the news following this more? Has anybody been caught? Do anybody know? Do you know? Has one of the victims, one of the shooters get caught? Do you know? If anybody know, say something. Because I don't know. I asked some of the officers in the back, you know what they say? We don't know. What the hell? Who knows? And the street knows who done it. Why hasn't more been done? You go in that community, and they'll talk. And they'll tell you, oh, this person, that person, this person. But nobody's caught. Nobody's caught. What are you going to do? Are you going to help us put pressure on the police to find these people? We need you.
That's right.
Just as much as you need us, we need you. Come on. Help us. Help us. I don't think none of y'all know how I feel. Could you imagine if it was somebody in your family? How would you feel? What would you do?
Yes, sir.
Would you just sit there like you are now? Come on. My granddaughter just called while I was sitting in here. And I told her, hey, I'm going to come up here and speak on your behalf. Give me a minute, I'll call you back. So that's the one victim I know. And the same victim you know, Lewis, I know too. Met them at the hospital. Talked to them. And we're all on the same page. It's not easy. There's times I go home and I sit there. I think about her and how we could have lost my granddaughter. Lost her. But nobody, from the city, the mayor, nobody has reached out. Come on. So you think nothing of us? We don't mean anything? Councilman Lewis, you sitting there shaking your head. What are you going to do? You sitting there shaking your head like you feel my pain. What are you going to do? Are you going to get up and reach out? These people need resources. All kinds of stuff. We need you. We need you to help us. And how soon are you going to do that? How soon? Get up. Get up off your ass and help.
That's right.
Time has expired. Councilmember Lewis.
Mr. Black, once again, I hate that you even have to come down here. We did see each other at the hospital that day. I did not know, once again, I did not know that you were down there for any other reason as you were standing in front of the hospital as I walked past. Miss Tab, the mother of the young lady who reached out to my father, because that's not my district. In the city of Atlanta, for some reason, the lines matter way more than anything anywhere else. And so I try my best to stay in my district unless someone actually reaches out. So when Ms. Tabb reached out and she told me no one had reached out to her, no one had been down there, myself, I called a church in my district and I went down to the hospital with a few pastors. We went into the room with Ms. Tabb. We then also made sure we connected her with the city of Atlanta and we connected her with her district council member. We also made sure that the church brought some different things to the person who reached out to me because that was not in my area. And so now that you're doing the same thing, I'm gonna follow back up with the Office of Constituent Services. I'm gonna continue to talk to the district council member in your area. And my goal is continue to help as much as I can with as much resources I can from my area, because the lines mean something, not to me, but they mean something in the way that the districts are set up. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're talking about the districts, but what about humanity? Don't that mean anything? Damn the lines. We cross lines all the time. We cross them all the time. So what about now? Cross the line. Do you think Councilman Dozier gonna be mad at you because you crossed the line and gave help?
I don't think he will, but you'll be amazed how often they get mad when you do cross those lines, right? And so once again, I'll say that I try to respect the district council member and I try to support him with everything he needs support with. Ms. Tabb reached out to me through my father, as she grew up in Leela Valley with my father. And so she reached out to me and we made sure that everything, and what we also asked her is anybody else that needs help. And so we've been reaching out with the Commissioner Clay from the Constituent Services Office. We also work with the district council member with the understanding that the very next week, my uncle who was shot 4 months before that, he passed in that same hospital. Ms. Tabb, she went to school with him. So in that same understanding, my only uncle died in that time period. But I came down to the hospital with pastors to make sure that we were overly trying to make sure we take care of this person. I understand that I would love to talk to you. I understand we got brothers whispering in your ear the entire time.
Reverend White.
But I'm once again, the reason why Ms. Tabb called me down there, because they know who I am, and I think that the district council member is trying which is why you thanked him a few times. I made sure I reached out to him. I was at Mechanicsville day before that time period. I've also reached out to the community leaders and the community leaders to see whatever they need, while also maintaining and understanding that Cleveland Avenue is the worst area in the city of Atlanta. So trying to fight and keep this stuff down in my area, but also helping the other area as much as I possibly can is what I've been trying to do. And it's a stretching taxing issue that I signed up for, that I'm fully in support of, and I'll continue to help the district council members for their district the same way I would want them to help me in my district. Stand with me and beside me and behind me and not in front of me on these type of things, with the understanding that the leadership from the district council member would be the leadership in that district for the things that happen.
I thank you for what you're trying to do or what you're doing, but what about the rest? What about the rest? What are y'all doing? He's trying.
I can only speak for me, and I can only speak for
Speaking to
me.
you,
Yes, sir.
I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
But what about the rest of y'all? When you gonna reach out to the different council members? When you gonna reach out to Councilman Dozier and give him some support to help us? When?
Thank you, Mr. Black. Your time has expired. Next will be Ms. Beagle-Peak. You will have up to 6 minutes also due to yielded time.
Hi, buddy. As always, political gangbangers are political criminals. As we stand here with Mr. Black, our vice president of Street Groomers, so often we're on the other side, standing up here with other families. And now that we have to stand up here with him and his family and the other families. I got a call yesterday and the day after and the day before that from Tabitha and from other victims that were shot in Mechanicsville. And their question was, why haven't the mayor They saw Mayor Dickhead. They saw him speak out about the school. And of course, I'm never gonna stop anybody from speaking out about the school because these are children and these type of things are not supposed to happen. But these were children that this same thing happened in the community that you guys, it's literally right across the street from here, like literally. I mean, I can't even believe that the mayor wouldn't even speak on it, nor have visit the families. And this is his district. These people are who he's going to go to vote for him. But he not one time have said one thing about them, have not been to the hospital to see them, have not sent any information. Another problem that the families is having is that the police. We so often are not speaking about the police being right there, putting a gun to Miss Tabitha's head, the mother of the woman that was shot in the head. The police put a gun to this woman's head. But here it was, the gunsman got away. After she went and told the officers that the policeman, the gunsman was there. So it wasn't like the police wasn't notified. Atlanta police officers stood right there and allowed this to take place. Let's put that on record. They stood right there and allowed this to happen, putting a gun to the mother's head and to others. It wasn't even just the father, the mother. It was to even a victim that had even gotten shot. She got shot in the leg, which is Tabitha's niece, Brittany. And not help. Now we stand here today because, of course, Mayor Dickhead, y'all oversee his funding. And I know a lot of y'all are friends with him, you know, just like today, a lot of y'all are friends with a lot of people. And it got to me that, you know, oh, don't make sure you don't limit your time to certain people because, you know, your attachment to that person. Let me tell you something, I ain't gotta be attached to none of y'all. None of y'all pay nothing for my organization. And my organization do more than funding of the organization some of y'all fund. We have touched. When you could touch 179 families, move them from hotel to homes with no funding from you guys, okay? And anytime you want to talk to them, let me know, because they're still in their homes. So I don't need funding. I don't need to be in bed with anybody. I'm not coming up here because I need anything. I'm coming up here because I'm going to hold you accountable to do your job. Because when you're gone out those seats, whoever sits in them seats still got to see me when you're gone. Whether if your daddy have a legacy, your mama have a legacy, whoever, when you're gone, the next person still has to see me. But you'll be gone. Like Felicia Moore and anybody else, and not dogging her, talking about them, but any of them that have left, they're no longer, sometimes we don't see them nor hear from them unless they become a legacy. Then that's when we acknowledge them. But regardless of who has a legacy, you're going to still have to see me. You're going to still remember this pink mohawk. You'll never forget it. Just like you did with my brother Haroon. You'll never, ever forget it. Because we fight for the community. We are the voice for the voiceless. We stand up here not to make a movie or to become, so you guys think that we want to be. I come here because I have to put it on record. I got to let y'all know I see it. And that I'm a woman that can remove it. Might take a little time, but trust me, I won't stop. I'm consistent in what I do. Ask God. Consistent. That's why he sent me, because he knows I'm consistent. You see me up here all by myself times. Don't take a whole bunch of people. It just takes a person that is consistent and ready to move. So just know, as I told y'all before, I'm not coming for you. I'm coming for that seat you sit in. And I'm coming.
Thank you. Councilman Lewis?
Mr. Black, I heard you so much, so I made a phone call because one thing you said that I haven't been working on as much is to find out, have we found the young people that did it? We've seen the video, we've seen the pictures up, and so I made a phone call to make sure I raised at least $5,000. My goal is to raise more money to put out for anybody who knows anything about that. We've already raised $5,000 to catch them. My goal is to raise as much money as we can to capture the people that's out there. So if you know anything about it, we just raised $5,000. My goal is to get it as high as possible because typically they would have a reward after this. And as a city council person, it's not something that we do from the city council portion. That will come from them. That will come from a different side. But this is the first 5K, and my goal is to go across the hall to see what can they do, because we know that money might make some people in the community talk about who did this stuff. We can solve this issue. So I apologize. Thank you again.
Yeah, well, how come
Thank you. Next up will be Ryan Greenstein, and then Valerie Anderson and Erica Mead. Ryan, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm here today in my role as Associate Director of Public Policy for the Carter Center's Mental Health Program to encourage the Atlanta City Council to continue the city's support of an alternative to police response to mental health, substance use disorder, and extreme poverty. The Carter Center, founded by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind Carter, is dedicated to waging peace, fighting disease, and building hope. Our mission is to advance human rights, alleviate human suffering, prevent and resolve conflicts, enhance freedom and democracy, and improve health, including mental health. Atlanta PAD shares our values and goals. Recently, the Carter Center, in collaboration with Atlanta PAD, contracted with a polling firm to conduct a poll of the city of Atlanta to learn about public awareness, understanding, and support for alternatives to arrest. Initial data from an online survey of 653 people from July 15th to August 19th just became available to our team. The survey polled a representative sample of Atlanta residents based on age, race, income, and policing zone. According to this data, 70% of those surveyed support alternative response models. 73% of respondents support expanding these services, with 59% believing funding for these programs should come from tax dollars and public sources. Of those surveyed who had used PAD services, 88% were satisfied with the outcome. Homelessness and mental health concerns were the top most pressing issues that respondents identified in their communities. 59 to 64% of respondents believe that a resource such as PAD would be the most effective response. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to testify today in support of alternatives to police for mental health, substance use disorders, and extreme poverty, and for the council's longstanding partnership with PAD Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yield time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Anderson. I was here last Monday because my son, Devon Anderson, was murdered by a police officer, Melvin Potter. And my son was an innocent, trying to prevent an altercation, and got shot 3 times by Melvin Potter. My question is that, well, Mr. Franken asked the chief of police Monday what was the protocol of the situation with leading up to the killing of my son. The chief of police said he would reach out to me, and Ms. Boone said she was going to look into it, and no one has reached out to me since the killing of my son, which was August 5th. Now, I want to know, is Melvin Potter's life worth more than my son? Because if it was my son that did that to him, my son would be in jail with no bond. And this is my son. My son was 38 years old and killed by that police officer. And he has 2 prior DUIs. Okay? So it's not like this police officer is some stellar police officer. He's an embarrassment. But I lost my son. And I need to know what happened to my son. because I don't feel that if I lost my son to a police officer who has 2 prior DUIs, why is there no information that my son went to a police party where it had a lot of police officers there, and I still can't find out what happened to my son? Why is the police not talking? Why is anyone not talking to tell me? No one has reached out to me to let me know what happened to my son. Not one time has someone reached out to me about my son. But yet, he refused to take a breathalyzer test. He murdered my son on the 5th. He got bonded out on the 5th. No accountability at all for him murdering my son. Why is that? Is it because he's a police? My son meant a lot to me, okay? This is my son, Devon Anderson Jr. He has parents, he has a family, and he has a community that loved him. And I want answers for my son. Nobody's son should be killed like this. And then to have no answers. I got condolences when I came down here. And how that happened was the chief of police was here. And I went and introduced myself to him. And talked to him about my son. And that's how I ended up getting offered condolences from him and Miss Boone. He said he was going to reach out to me, or somebody was going to reach out to me. No one has reached out to me. It took the ambulance 37 minutes. My son laying on the ground.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
sorry, what's your name?
Sine Hobson.
I'm sorry, the rules don't allow anybody else to speak except for her.
I
No,
should be.
I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Only she can speak, she signed up.
Okay.
Sorry.
She's yielded her time.
She can't yield it on the fly. Let her yield. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, council makes the rules. Councilmember Boone.
That's crazy, she signed up.
Yes, ma'am. Where is she?
She stepped out.
Okay. Again, we offer our deepest condolences. This incident happened on the old National Highway corridor, which is in the city of South Fulton. The officer was not on duty in the city of Atlanta. He was an APD officer that was outside of our jurisdiction. He was only at the club as a patron. It is now being investigated by the GBI.
So why hasn't GBI reached out to her?
Ma'am, can we hear from the law department? Because
Mr. President, my name should be on the list. I also went outside and signed.
Can we hear from the law department on this issue that was in public safety on the old national corridor in the city of South Fulton County? I'm not sure who the council member is on Old National. I don't think so. Can we hear from our law department on how that goes when the GBI is investigating an issue? He was an APD officer off duty at the time. Ma'am, again, you have our deepest condolences. Can we hear from our law department?
Hang on, I don't believe Law's mic is working. Let's use a different mic.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. Councilmember Boone, you're exactly right as to the status of this matter. Because this was out of jurisdiction, the officer was off duty. It's being investigated by the GBI, but this was not an action that was done while the officer was on duty. And ultimately, following the GBI investigation, it will be referred to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Right, so, okay. Arrest him now. Why is he not in jail? Why is he not charged with murder? Oh, yes. Why is Melvin Porter not in jail? Why isn't Melvin Porter charged with murder? Okay, so I'm hearing that he was plain clothes, your uniform. You're still a police officer. And use your service weapon to shoot my son 3 times. He meant to kill my son. And he was in a car. So if being that he is trained to de-escalate a situation, why was my son shot 3 times? You took a job to protect and serve, not to murder. And that's what happened to my son. Melvin Porter robbed me of a 38-year-old, my son. No kids. So I would never have a grandchild from my son. Okay? And he's free. I will never see my son again, but he is free. And all he gets is because he refused to take a breathalyzer test. He got obstruction. Obstruction. So he's free. He's going to enjoy the holidays. And all I'm going to have is my memories of my son. I'm going to have to go to YouTube to look at his pictures. I'm going to have to go to Instagram and all that stuff to hear his voice again. But Melvin Porter is going to be out with his family, enjoying his life. Melvin Porter took something from me. The hurt that I am going to feel is going to be for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Because my son is gone for good. I will never see my son again. Ever. This is his booklet. From one of his funerals. The booklet for his funeral. I have to look at this. You understand? I have to look at this remembrance of my son and my memories of my son, 38 years old, for the rest of my life, till I could be with him again. And I'm just here to tell you, council people, I'm not going anywhere until I get justice for my son. So I'm asking you all to help me. I don't care that he's a police officer, because he's a human being, and my son was a human being also. So I'm here to ask for help for you all to help me get justice for my son. Because police officers are not, they're supposed to be trained better. I don't know what type of training they're getting now, but they're not de-escalating situations. They're murdering people, kids on sight. We're becoming numb to every minute, every day that some police officer kills somebody's child. I see those people on TV with their kids being murdered.
Time has expired.
Not knowing that I was going to be one of those mothers too. So please, help me. get justice for my son, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Erica Mead, followed by Michelle Sanchez and Ken Roebling. Erica Mead. Michelle Sanchez. Ken Roebling. Oh. Erica or Michelle?
Michelle.
Michelle, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm here today as a part of the Stop Cop City Count Coalition, representing the many voices in our community, demanding that you count the ballots and allow this issue to be placed on the ballot. The public has a right to be heard, and so far you've failed to give them that chance. You've dropped the ball on democracy in a major way. And considering that that's what the candidate I'm sure most of you want to win the presidency claims to be the champion of, you can see how this is not a good look. I also need to speak on the defunding of the PAT initiative. You gave the community a glimpse of what real public safety could look like with this alternative to policing, and yet here we are over a month with those workers unpaid because you've let the funding end. The one good thing this council has done is being defunded while you're pushing forward with Cop City, a project that will militarize our police and oppress our community. This hypocrisy does not go unnoticed. Speaking of hypocrisy, I noticed that you just made September Hunger Action Month. Isn't it illegal to feed the homeless in Atlanta? Didn't y'all pass that law? Right. This issue is personal for me. My daughter Haley, who lost her battle with mental health last year, was helping me with the Cop City project. She cared deeply about this fight. She was struggling to find a job, but she believed in this movement could make a difference for people like her. The council is failing our kids. They're not providing enough support for our youth, for working people. Instead, you're choosing to criminalize them. You are a part of the system that pushed my daughter to the edge, and there are so many others like her. Last time I stood here, I told you I would make it my mission to unseat you if Cop City goes forward. I meant it. I'm working with Devin to help secure the at-large seat, and if you don't start acting in the community's interest next year, it will be your turn. You think this is a joke, but it's not. More and more people are waking up, and this movement is only getting stronger. We're ramping up, and you should be worried. This is your moment of reckoning. This might be your last chance to do what's right before the election. Choose wisely.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling, then Mary McLeod and Jay Wesley Day. Ken Roebling, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Last Wednesday, Mayor Dickens announced raises for all employees. This is very good news. He also announced $60 million for homeless shelters. This is also good news for the homeless. When the request for the $60 million comes to you, and it better, I hope you will ask about the date and location of these homeless shelters. It is important to see a timeline on this, because if there's no timeline, you may never see it, and it's just an empty promise. It took years to build that fire station 22. I don't know if it's finished or not. I haven't checked it lately. But it started in 2014 or 2010. We haven't seen any new trains on the MARTA system. And that T-SPLOS was voted on 7 years ago. Still nothing there. But you do seem to be doing a little bit better than you did a few years ago. So keep up the good work.
Here, next will be Mary McLeod, Mary McLeod. Up to, oh, Margie, sorry, says Mary, sorry, Margie. You have up to 2 minutes.
I'm not feeling, since I fell, and y'all, that's why you haven't seen me. I don't know what to say, because I've been here over a year and a half, that the only solution, you're gonna tell me you can't do it. I'm not gonna constantly come down here. It's, you have to. You're gonna tell me you can't do it, but you can. Initiative rent control. We gotta put a cap on the rent. We cannot wait until the president talking about the rent control. We have to do this now. Now. You're seeing what's happened. We got a lot of mental health. Westmoreland, look at me, baby, look at me. The young man came last week, I sent him there. He lost his children because he was displaced. And then foster children. Do you know so many kids are getting in foster care because they're being displaced? Because family cannot afford rent? You're gonna say you can't do it? No, you can, but you chose not to. I'm calling the governor out. I'm working, and I asked the mayor, please go over there and ask your governor. We can't wait no longer. You don't have enough housing. You don't have enough shelters. I got people that's in the shelter, they getting put out. So when you get this money to the shelter, you make sure they're doing what they say they're doing, because they're not. Then affordable housing, they got a list. People call. I'm sorry, we don't have income housing. You have housing, but the people can't afford it. So what I'm saying to y'all, I'm tired. Miss Margie is tired to see the people out in the street getting hurt. I have people sleeping in my backyard in their cars.
Time's expired.
If the people the organization is doing what they say they're doing, and why we got all these homeless out here? I can feed you, but I can't shelter you. We need.
Thank you.
Please be brave enough to do this. Put a cap on the rent and stop saying no.
Thank you. Next will be J. Wesley Day, followed by C. Leatherwood and Fig White. J. Wesley Day. C. Leatherwood.
There are people outside who can't get back in because your offices are blocking.
First Amendment.
Fig White.
There's peaceful demonstrators outside who are not being allowed in. Do you think that's okay from officers?
I'm trying to work the list, and if folks have signed up, they need to be in the room.
They're allowed to they're trying to come in and participate and sit down quiet.
They've been blocked.
Are you all right with them doing that?
Give me a second. I don't know what's going on outside, so give me a second to see what's happening.
They're on the list.
Jordan.
They're on the speakers list. They've been blocked. They've been blocked and thrown out. They've been thrown out one by one out there. All because they want to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Police have been asked what law was broken and they're refusing to answer.
Yeah.
So they're blocking our First Amendment rights when we get to a public meeting that we're all have the right.
The Georgia open.
Just give it a second. Let me see what's going on.
Supposed to have equal access to public meetings in Georgia.
I'm going to make sure everybody who wants to can come in. We're at J. Wesley Day. Is J. Wesley Day in the room yet? All right, we'll give it a minute.
What number is he?
He's 35.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Let my kids in here. They ain't doing enough exercise in their rights like the rest of us. They ain't number high school and college students. Most of them.
All right, sorry, we're down to 37. C. Leatherwood. My apologies. C. Leatherwood? 36? The Fig White's 38. Sorry, I have an updated list. We're on C. Leatherwood. I'm going to go ahead and go to Fig White, and I'll come back to C. Leatherwood in just a moment. Yeah. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Fig White. I'm a Fulton County employee. I just wanted to say that y'all's treatment of Miss Anderson is quite shameful. I'm looking at you specifically, Mr. Shipman. The treatment from the county and the city, y'all's negligence had brought this woman to tears, and I would just like to honor all the mothers who have lost children to police violence, fathers who have lost children to police violence. Mr. Jimmy Hill is here today. I'm thinking of Miss Williams, mother of Matthew Zadok Williams, also had many beautiful sisters, deeply hurt by just the repeated pattern of police murdering these people's children, nonviolent people. This man was trying to defuse a conflict between two men. He probably had better de-escalation tactics than most of your officers. As a Fulton County employee, I work at the library downtown. I specifically, majority of our demographic is houseless folks. And, you know, I work with a lot of beautiful people, and we are underfunded. County employees are underpaid. We have 2 social workers for the entire county. We have 33 branches. People are disabled. We have elderly folks. These are majority Black legacy residents who have been displaced from their homes. We need resources. We can't keep funding the police. This is not acceptable. People are coming into the library, they cannot read because they are coming from Atlanta public schools, not being able to read on level. We have adults, we have children who are coming into the library not able to read. We need money for that. We don't need money for police. People are traumatized. People are being beat on and shot and killed. This is not okay. This is not okay. Stop Cop City. I'm not even trying to appeal to y'all's morals at this point because y'all have none. Y'all disgust me.
Thank you. Next is C. Leatherwood. C. Leatherwood, no. Minister Breedlove? Due to yield to time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Greetings. I had something on my agenda to tell you all today, but coming here and hearing this mother speak, and her son was killed, and you all sit up here like you don't have a heart to speak out. But you did, young man, and God gonna bless you. I come before you all this afternoon in prayer, and I ask God to help this council. I used to be a resident here, and I still own property here in Atlanta, and I'm gonna get my property back. Michael, I'm coming. If your daddy was sitting in your seat today, do you think he would have kept his mouth closed? He would have shouted for this woman that lost her son. Your son. Your son. You're a son of my son. Didn't I bless you when I had my restaurant? Didn't I bless English Avenue and all the people, thousands of people with my monies? I was put in jail. I almost lost my life from an officer being mean to me and took me on the expressway and put me in a hot police truck and tried to sweat me to death. But I called on the name of Jesus. And I called this afternoon, Jesus, have mercy on this city. Miss Boone, your name is on my papers. I just saw a piece of property on an LLC. I asked you to give it back to my ministry. This is something we all got to look at, people. Yes, I'm a senior. I'm an elder. And I have feeling for all of y'all up here. I know you go through some stuff from people coming here addressing issues, but you got to have the heart to have a compassion for them. They are paying you all salary to keep your bills paid, to keep your families. If it was not for the people paying taxes in this city, you wouldn't have a job. You could not take care of your responsibility and look like you do. You all are beautiful children. You got to act, and not only act, but you got to pray more. This city is in terrible condition right now. God has told me he's going to bring this city down. It's going to be an eye-opener to the nation. And they're going to say, did the Lord do that? And people are going to say, yes, the Lord did that. He said, touch not my anointed one and do my servants no harm. The people has been harmed here so long. And me being an officer, when I was sworn in to protect and serve. When my brother was sworn in, he was sworn in to protect and serve. When my nephews, the same thing. Now we are elders, me. I'm talking about me. You young people here today, you got a great opportunity. But you got to pray and ask God to help you and lead you and guide you on the things that is important for the people in the land. So I ask God to bless you. You see this here, the young lady that prayed on my shoulder, and she cried with this on my expensive dress. But it's okay, because I can get it clean. You all owe me a lot of money. Pay me, and I can help the people all over Atlanta. Pay me. You got a $300 million debt on me that's supposed to be in my hands. I need my money.
Time's expired.
Because I took care of English Avenue and many other people in Vine City. So it's time for payday. I am the member of the late Madam C.J. Walker. God bless you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes.
I am Andrea Boone, and neither me nor members of my family, my immediate family, own any property in Vine City and English Avenue at this time. Neither me nor any members of my immediate family own any property in Vine City and English Avenue at this time. If there is something with my name on it,
Yes, it is.
I would love to see it.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll
And I'm
get
going
it
to
to
come
you.
down and give you my information because I would love to see that.
Thank you.
I do not own any property, nor my immediate family, my sister, nor my mother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, because 541 has your family name on my property. Yes.
Councilmember Lewis and then, Councilmember Bond, go ahead.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Minister Breedlove.
Same here,
And
son.
just as I was Monday, I was deeply moved by what she had to say about her situation with her family. But it is the custom during this period of the meeting for the council to listen and not to respond unless someone is personally called out. So it may seem that we are recalcitrant or not sensitive to what people are saying, but it is the custom during this period of the meeting for council members not to respond so that the community can have a full voice and get their concerns on the record. But I am deeply and was deeply moved last week by her plight. And, you want to say something, but we're trying to adhere to what the custom is here so that we can hear from the public. But that doesn't mean that we're not sensitive or moved or provoked to action because of what we hear. And so that's why I did not respond.
Well, I deeply accept your apology, but I know that this young man, Lewis, spoke out.
Well,
and
he
he stood up.
He was called out, his name was called, and so he responded.
And I know that's not like you.
No, it isn't.
All the years I've been with you and your dad, I know you are the outgoing speakers, and you get the job done. So I'm still praying, and I'm looking for you to help this young lady and all the rest of the people in this city.
We'll do what we can within our limits because the incident happened outside of the jurisdiction of the city of Atlanta. It puts it in the jurisdiction of the South Fulton Police Department to make the arrest, not the Atlanta Police Department. There are things that the family can do immediately. As it relates to the officer, they can go to the Office of Professional Standards. They can meet directly with the chief of police. They can directly go to the Fulton County District Attorney and ask that their office begin an investigation. But it is the custom now in Georgia that the GBI handle these types of investigations so that there is no hint of impropriety or favoritism during the investigation. Now, as far as the GBI contacting the family, the GBI is not known for its friendliness or sensitivity, but they will handle, but their investigations up until this point have been considered professional and fair when they do these types of investigations. And so when they finish, it'll be within the bailiwick of Fonnie Willis, our district attorney, to make a determination on the case.
Okay, I'm just going to be praying for you all. God bless you.
Thank you, and it's good to see you.
Okay, Councilman Lewis.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. Minister Breedlove, I want to say thank you for your statements. I've learned a lot from my council members sitting to my left, Councilmember Bond, and to my right.
Yes.
And what I've learned, and it's one of the hardest things to learn, is that when folks come in here and they say certain things, that we try not to say anything unless they say my name. But can I tell you something else? I was actually told by President Shipman that if they didn't say my name, I couldn't speak. Today, Councilmember Norwood, as she so accustomedly always does, she spoke without people saying her name, but I took the personal privilege of making sure that I want the same treatment Councilmember Norwood gets from Councilmember Shipman today. And so by you even saying that, I would always say something about it, but today I think we got a new protocol in City Council, and I can't wait till we start using it, because I want what they got. Thank you.
Well, God bless you.
Next will be Christy York, followed by Lisa Baker and Michael Keith. Christy York. Lisa Baker. You have up to 2 minutes.
Sure, I'm sick of talking to you guys. We have heard today about the horrific violence of police, both on and off duty. We have heard about the utter failure of police to respond to an actual emergency that would supposedly be one they could help with. And we have heard about the desire of the community of Atlanta to have alternatives to policing. And I'm here to talk about Cop City again. Last time I spoke to you about Cop City, the next day we turned in the petition for referendum. And since that time, as a DeKalb County resident, I was never more excited in my life than the day that we won the injunction enabling me to canvass for that, because I believe that we were finally going to be able to resolve this issue, and that we were finally going to be able to move it forward instead of coming here to fight with you guys by putting it on the ballot so we could vote about it. But when the city decided to appeal that injunction and then put the referendum into limbo, since then, Cop City has become not just an issue about environmental destruction and not just an issue about police brutality and violence. It is now an issue of democracy. And you guys are failing at democracy. Democracy is the thing that gives you your power. We vote for you, or we don't vote for you. But right now we want to vote about Cop City. Aren't you tired of us coming in here and talking about this? You know how we could stop it? You could put it on the ballot. You don't even need to count our petitions. You have the power to put the referendum on the ballot using our language and let us vote. Let the people decide. We did the work to take that decision out of your hands and put it in our hands. We did all the work. We followed all the rules. Now let us do it. It's our turn.
Thank you. Next will be Michael Keith. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm here to express support for the rail on the Beltline Transit Corridor, and I'd like to thank Council for supporting that as well. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Roberta Douglas. Roberta Douglas.
Call someone before my name. I'm Roberta Douglas.
Roberta Douglas?
Okay.
Yeah, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Roberta Myers Douglas, Vice President of State Strategy and Reentry at the Legal Action Center, a national nonprofit organization. We are a longtime partner and supporter of the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. We are an advocate for closing the Atlanta City Detention Center and to open a robust human services hub. I'm sorry, hold on one second. You all should be ashamed for not handling the business of the people to ensure PAD, the program that the people of this city demanded, is fully funded and operational. You all are not only putting people's lives in jeopardy by not funding PAD, you are interfering with the people's choice to prioritize communities over cages. You are interfering with the city's so-called commitment to changing crisis response to an alternative response that is about dignity, respect, and meeting people's intrinsic needs. Do better, and shame on all of you, particularly those in the Finance Committee, for holding the proposed ordinance in committee. Jobs and lives are at stake. And put Cop City on the ballot. Let the people vote, because sadly, they no longer trust you. I really ask that you please work to eliminate law enforcement from the ecosystem of community health. They don't belong in it. They are killing our babies. They are harming our seniors. They are not serving to protect the people. Please do your job. Please fund PAD. Why we shouldn't have to come down here to ask for that. I really should not have had to take time out of my day to come down here to ask y'all to fund PAD. We've committed to having that organization here, and they do a tremendous job in supporting the public health system and the public safety system. So please make sure that they get their funding. Y'all are harming the people who work there and the people that they serve. Thank you.
Councilor Bakhtiari, I'm going to give you.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address that since it's come up a few times. As of this morning, payment to PAD was authorized, so they are caught up on their payments, and legislation will be read in today to give buffer rooms while we address some of the issues of the contract. So just wanted to make sure to share that win.
Next up will be Wei Zhai. Wei Zhai. Margaret Spalding. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. After the mother of Devon Anderson, who was killed by APD officer Marvin Potter, spoke, I watched Potter's fellow officers block our right to be inside this room. So these officers are learning, they're being trained, basically, that they can kill civilians and get away with it scotch-free. He's not even suspended. And they're being trained to protect City Council as you all block democracy for now 365 days. Our democratic rights to decide on this most controversial issue are at stake. This is a little off topic, but it's not. 10 days ago, a 40-foot mountain of unpermitted toxic mulch spontaneously combusted for four full days. The fire department drenched the pile, sending unknown quantities of contaminated, deadly runoff into the South River. The disaster has now killed all aquatic life, no less than 6 miles downstream into DeKalb County, other municipalities that you're now affecting with your environmental disasters. The failure of this city to protect the South River from harmful polluters is causing environmental repercussions in unincorporated DeKalb, where this city also continues to build a 117-acre COP city on green space that this city previously committed to protecting for the surrounding communities. Everything is dead, down to microscopic life. I have to say that, it's not just fish. If that weren't bad enough, E. coli levels are off the charts, further violating the Clean Water Act and indicating that sewage, sludge, or fertilizer was in the mix. I ask myself, if it weren't for grassroots organizations like ours, our interns found that this connection to the fire was killing wildlife. Who would be finding these things out, these deadly consequences? Who would be making these connections? Sorry, I ran out of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next will be Christina Zhang. Christina Zhang. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for having us. It's been 365 days since all these wonderful people gathered 116,000 signatures in order to bring the COP City to a vote. And so we're asking today that you guys help us with that, because that's what democracy is supposed to be. And as a mother raising a child in Atlanta, I need to be able to show her what democracy is. So, yeah, we want to vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Pastor Kiana Jones-Moore. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Hello, hello, hello. Good people, bad people, and everybody in between. Here we go again. So we're here And we are talking about democracy. So let's just juxtapose this Atlanta City Council not putting forth to a ballot for a vote the issue of Cop City, which we did collect petition signatures for, but let's just forget about all of that, because many of you, when you speak to the press, you say things like, oh, well, there's a court case that's held up in the 11th District Circuit Court. And that's true. It is being held up deliberately, like every other legal action that has been brought forth against Cop City, because this is a completely illegal project. However, please be honest with people when you speak in saying that that decision has nothing to do with the fact that you're able to put this on a ballot. The same way that you propose things like tax increases and SPLOST and all that type of stuff, you can put this on the ballot also. So let's just be honest about that first. But when we think about that and we talk about this issue of democracy and direct democracy in particular, we want direct democracy because representative democracy isn't working. People have elected you to represent them and you are not representing their interests. So this is why we move to a way to get direct democracy. But this is a prime example of why Atlanta is going to hell in a handbasket, because you talk about democracy, but you don't act on democracy. This is the same as the Democratic Party of Georgia going to court to keep third-party candidates off of a ballot. If you're so confident in what you have to offer, then give people a choice. Andre Dickens constantly says that this project has overwhelming support. Well, all right then, Andre, why are you working so hard to keep people from voting? Because 116,000 people, whether they want Cop City or not, believe that people should be able to vote on the issue. And I want to speak directly to Andre Dickens, who loves to go and be an internet thug because he ain't going to talk to nobody face to face about what he really feels. The lies that he's talking about when he says, oh, y'all aren't talking to real Atlantans. Well, how much more real do you get when a person who was born and raised in East Atlanta, lived behind Cop City, moved to Decatur, still in unincorporated DeKalb, had to go to court to file a lawsuit just so that you can stop blocking people from collecting petition signatures? But maybe the real Atlanta he's talking about is the hundreds of houseless people on the streets that are not housed. Maybe the real Atlanta he's talking about is the dozens of people living in poverty, tens of thousands of people living in poverty because you won't impose rent control. And I understand why you can't, but that's a state issue. We get it. However, there are things that you can put in place to make sure that housing options are truly affordable so that people can be housed and we're not just putting a Band-Aid on a huge bullet hole. And while we're talking about bullet holes and bullet wounds, can we please stop these cops from killing people? I'm sick of it already. I'm truly sick of it. And yes, Council President Shipman and Council, we want y'all to say something about the fact that Mary Norwood did what the hell she wanted to do at the beginning of this meeting, but you will call out other council members for doing the same. It's not okay. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So Andre Dickens, I want you to know from me that you're a liar, you're a punk, you're a loser, and more than that, you are ineffective. When we talk about what it means to be a leader, you have no idea, sir, what it means to leader. To be a leader, you are a consummate follower. If you truly wanted what was good for the people of Atlanta, you would have had some town hall meetings about Cop City. You wouldn't have just gone to your friend Larry Johnson in DeKalb County and got him to get his friends to say that they wanted Cop City, because that's a lie. But what we want y'all to know is that while, yes, we may be tired, no, we will not stop. And we just put y'all on Front Street so people can see y'all ain't really about nothing.
Expired. Next up will be Kelsey Bond, followed by Devin Barrington Ward and James Davenport. Kelsey Bond. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelsey Bond. I'm a lifelong resident of Atlanta. I live in District 2 in Midtown. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that we're all here right now because 1 year ago, Atlanta activists submitted over 100,000 petition signatures to City Council. the names of people who wanted to put Cop City on the ballot so we can have the democratic right to vote on the major decisions about what's happening in this city. And this city council right here has so far refused to acknowledge those over 100,000 petition signatures. And at the same time, they refuse to acknowledge the fact that city council can and does have the ability to call for a referendum without going through this whole judicial process of counting all the signatures. And I think the city council has a responsibility to put this referendum to a vote, because if Andre Dickens is so sure that he has overwhelming support, then he should test that out. And I find it so perplexing that we just have infinite money to keep funding Cop City time and time again, more money than was originally anticipated to be spent on this project from public dollars. But we can't manage to pay PAD. We can't manage to renew PAD's contract on time, leaving workers to work for a month without pay. That's ridiculous. How do we manage to find the money to fund Cop City when 1,800 children in APS are homeless? That is a statistic that came out this week. 1,800 children in the city of Atlanta do not have a place that they can call a home, a permanent place of residence. How is Cop City going to fix that? How is Cop City going to fix the epidemic of homelessness? How is it going to fix poverty? How is it going to solve hunger and the housing crisis? It's not. It's a Band-Aid solution because this city council refuses to solve the systemic problems that really plague this city. So I encourage all of you to put money into public services that will actually benefit the residents of Atlanta, and not continuing to fund these projects to militarize our police, because that does not keep people safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
If someone will please circulate these around. This is a resolution from the people of the city of Atlanta. Good afternoon, Atlanta and members of the City Council, my fellow Atlantans, and most importantly, the people who make this city what it is. I stand before you today because at this moment, there's something bigger than any single decision that will be made in these chambers. This moment is about the future of public safety, the future of our communities, and the power of the people. Let me say this clearly. The power is not yours. It belongs to the people of this city. As Brother Malcolm X said, you cannot separate peace from freedom, because no one can be at peace unless he or she has freedom. And that's why we are here today, because our freedom, our peace, and our justice are on the line. But we cannot have true justice if the people's voices are being suppressed, if the systems that claim to protect us are the very ones that harm us. Just talk to Devon's mom. Let's talk first about the crisis with PAD. I appreciate the leadership of Councilmember Bakhtiari. Let's talk about policing alternatives and diversion initiatives and why we're in this fight. PAD is more than just services. It's the embodiment of what public safety should be in Atlanta. People-centered, compassionate, and transformative. They answer the calls that traditional law enforcement are not equipped to handle. They are saving lives. They are reducing harm and diverting Atlantans from the scourge of the criminal legal system. PAD is showing us what it means to invest in our people, what it means to invest in public safety, what it means to actually keep us safe without violence, without jail cells, without sentences, but with services and compassion and care. But we are here fighting for funding for something that we know already works. PAD has received a contract award in July, but the city has delayed and left them unfunded since July 1st. Shame. And while we are sitting here waiting for the bureaucratic red tape to be unraveled, PAD is continuing to do the work. How many of y'all will continue to do the work without pay? Unpaid, they do this work because they know that it saves lives. That's what it means to be a first responder in this city. We say Atlanta is a beacon of progress, but what kind of city lets one of its most transformative pieces of public safety programs wither away due to red tape, delays, and a lack of urgency? People have gone around the country campaigning, building political careers on the backs of these progressive policies that the people of Atlanta have pushed for, not this body. We say Atlanta is the beacon of progress, but every day we delay, we put more people's lives at risk. When our communities are in crisis, they call 311 because they know PAD will show up. Every day that we delay, we fail them and we fail this city. Public safety isn't just police. It's not more cops. It's more care. Let's be clear, PAD is about rethinking public safety, and when Dr. Martin Luther King said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, he wasn't just talking about the courts. He was talking about injustice in our streets, in our communities, and in the ways that we approach public safety. The injustice here is that we keep pouring money into the system of incarceration that does nothing to solve the root causes of why Atlanta is the #1 city for racial income inequality in the country, for why we continue to be held to poverty, for why we continue to not invest in mental health crisis services or addiction. PAD stands in the gap and says that we can do better. But what truly is unjust in this city is the refusal to fully fund them. Yes, we have given them a stopgap measure, but PAD has been underfunded from the start. They don't operate 24 hours a day. They don't operate 7 days a week. How are they supposed to be an alternative in this public safety system if they are not funded to truly be an alternative? And by my account, that means that their budget should look like something like the $258 million that we spend with the Atlanta City Police Department. That means it's an alternative. That's fully funding PAD. You think I'm exaggerating, but let me quote someone else who knew what it meant to fight for liberation. Ashada Shakur said that nobody in the world, nobody in history has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who are oppressing them. Now let's talk about the fight for Cop City, a fight that has become a symbol of this city's values. The city of Atlanta leased 381 acres of ancestral indigenous land, destroying the sacred forest to build a militarized police training facility. Let me ask you this. How does destroying a forest in the middle of climate change make us any more safe in the city of Atlanta? When 116,000 people sign a petition demanding that the city stop the destruction of the Wilani Forest, they aren't just saying no to Cop City. They're saying yes to a future where we invest in our environment and we invest in the people of the city, not militarization. They are saying yes to a future where we do not need to train the police with high-capacity rifles in order to maintain order on our streets. They are saying yes to a city where public safety means protecting our environment, our land, and our communities, all communities, not just communities on certain parts of town. And yet, instead of listening to the 116,000 people, your own constituents, Mr. Mayor, you have chosen to appeal the petition, stonewalling the very people you are elected to serve. This isn't democracy, this is cowardice. As Fannie Lou Hamer said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And well, the people of this city are sick and tired of being ignored, and we won't stand for it anymore. Democracy means listening to the people of this city. Democracy is not just a process, it's a promise. It's a love letter to the people of the city of Atlanta. It's a promise that the voices of the people will be heard. It's not just about votes, it's about power. The power that belongs to the people, not this body. And what do we see? 116,000 people have spoken. More people than have voted for any mayor in the city of Atlanta. They signed a petition calling for a vote on Cop City, and instead of respecting that, this administration has appealed it. That's not a bureaucracy of foot dragging, it's voter suppression. When you deny the people of this city the right to decide our future, you are refusing to verify their signatures. When you push through this project that they don't want, you undermine the very foundations of democracy. And we won't stand for it. Now, I will acknowledge my allies, but we're also going to hold leadership accountable in this city. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the allies on council, those of you who have stood for justice, who have fought alongside the people of this city for better public safety solutions, environmental protections, and for democracy. Your courage matters, and we see you. But let me be clear. This isn't just about those of us who are on the right side of history. It's about holding this administration accountable for the choices it has made. The choice to delay funding to PAD, the choice to suppress the voices of 116,000 people, the choices to continue investing in the militarization of our city instead of the people of this city. We cannot and we will not let these injustices continue to go unchecked. Militarization is not the solution. You think Cop City is going to make us any more safe? You think building a facility for militarized vehicles and high-powered weapons is going to protect our communities? Let me remind you that militarized policing did not save Rayshard Brooks, it killed him. Militarized policing did not save Deacon Johnny Holloman, it killed him. Militarized policing did not save Manuel Torres Tortuguita, who died defending the very forest that we claim to love. And it won't save us now. It's not saving the people in Gaza. And it won't save the people of the city of Atlanta. Public safety isn't buildings. Public safety isn't bullets. Public safety isn't badges. It's public safety is built with care. It's built with compassion, and it's built with community. It's built with programs like PAD that show up at times of crisis and offer a real pathway forward. But instead of investing in these solutions, you have chosen to throw more money into a system that has failed us time and time and time again. But as Kwame Ture Stokely Carmichael once said, the people must organize to seize power. We must organize to take back what is rightfully ours. And today, on behalf of the 116,000 Atlantans who have organized to take their future back, I say the future is ours. They have put the signatures on this petition demanding that you halt this madness, but you have chosen to ignore them. So this is what needs to happen now. Today I'm demanding, under no uncertain terms, the immediate funding for PAD, not just a stopgap, but the immediate funding for PAD, all of its money, today. And that the administration end the appeal against the petition and verify the signatures so that the people can decide. Because as Angela Davis said, I am no longer accepting the things that I cannot change. I am changing the things that I cannot accept. And we, the people of this city, cannot accept this. So council members, I ask you this. Will you listen to the people of this city, or will you silence them? Will you be remembered as leaders who defended democracies, or ones who stood by while it died? Donald Trump isn't the only threat to democracy in the United States of America. The people of Atlanta have spoken, and if you refuse to listen to them, you've made a mistake that people will remember in 2025, when it's time to organize, when it's time to resist, and when it's time to win. This is your moment, Atlanta. This is your moment. We have a city council election just this year. This is our moment. The future of public safety and the future of communities and the future of this city is at stake, and the power belongs to us, the people of this city. Will you stand with us, or will you stand in our way? Thank you all.
Thank you. Next will be James Davenport. Next will be we've got more speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Davenport. Thank you. We still have speakers, everyone. Let's respect everyone's right to speak. Thank you. All right. We have speakers remaining. Let's respect their right to speak. Please respect the right of others to speak. Davenport. Mr. Davenport. Thank you. Have a seat. Have a seat. Mr. Davenport. Mr. Davenport. We still have speakers. Please allow them to speak or I'll clear the chamber.
The meeting will come back. The meeting will come back to order. The meeting will come back to order. You gotta hit the gavel. The meeting will come back to order. The meeting will come back to order.
We have business to continue. We've respected your right to speak. Please let others speak. Mr. Davenport has the right to speak. Please allow Mr. Davenport to speak. Please allow Mr. Davenport to speak. It is time for Mr. Davenport to speak. Please allow Mr. Davenport and the others who signed up to speak. Mr. Davenport?
Call the meeting to order.
Mr. Davenport? Mr. Davenport has the right to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our business. If we have to clear the room, we will. Please allow us to continue. Mr. Davenport has the floor.